Hello. Welcome to the stream. It is another Splatoon 3 stream, so you know, as I usually say, no one cares. Only weirdos are still playing this game at this point. But yeah, it's the special Splatfest for Zelda since Tears of the Kingdom. Oh, Jessica Scott, thank you for following. Yeah, it's the special. This is the month Tears of the Kingdom is coming out. No one cares. Hey, Tomboy. It's just the typical Splatoon stream where I'm just gonna throw up the game. I'm gonna hit max rank on Splatfest, and you know, just gonna bullshit around. Talk about Zelda a lot, I guess. I'll go over my history with the series. Me streaming regularly is kind of a Mechanicat. I stream kind of irregularly. I don't have a schedule or a set time that I typically do things. The most reliable way to ever catch a stream is to know that there's going to be a Splatfest and to tune in around Saturday around like 4:30 p.m. or something. Because there's a specific reason why I do that. I try to avoid playing Splatoon like before a Splatfest day, but I have enough time to get the daily win, hopefully. Hey, Tag Barrel. Splatoon 3 is already retro. Yeah, at the fucking pace everything in the world goes, like, yeah, Splatoon 3 is technically retro at this point. Who fucking streams this game? Who cares about this game? Only me. I like streaming the Splatfest because I'm gonna be real with you. I was huge in the Splatoon 1 before it was like, you know, popular. I know it was still incredibly popular when it was like, when we were all playing Splatoon 1, but only weirdos had a Wii U. And that was the killer app of the Wii U. So yeah, fast forward to Splatoon 3, everyone has a Switch. You had a massive surge of new people who never got to play Splatoon before, and that missed out on Splatoon 2. And that led to a rise in furries. You have launch day to have a specific tag. After that, it's verboten, only retro. Yeah. Wait, is... Oh, I haven't... Okay, I'm sorry. I just noticed I had the retro tag on. Oh my god, that would have been a fucking disaster. I would have had people coming and screaming at me, Splatoon 3 is retro. Splatoon was free for a little while, yeah. We had the plaza posts and all that, like with everyone drawing their personas and OCs, and it was kind of like, all right, you're getting a little bit off topic. You had like muscle furs, you had vor, you had like inflation furry art popping up, and it was just like, it got to a point where I was incredibly frustrated with it and just started reporting everything just because it's like, all right, yeah, keep that shit on Twitter, guys. Come on, you know, fucking kids are playing this game. Stop it. So I know people that usually, like, if anyone is ever going to watch my goddamn earlier VODs of Splatoon, they're gonna be like, oh my god, Rick's an asshole. Rick hates furries. And it's like, I was just that fed up with, like, all the fucking furry art in the plaza. It really sucked. It was, yeah, those are different times. You seen the vor post in game? Yeah, and I've seen, like, fucking... There's, like, this one furry that was drawing the pea balloons from Super Mario World with, like, his persona all blown up. And, like, I had screen caps of me playing matches, and, like, that shit's just, like, in the background, displayed on, like... I think it was the resort level, you know, with the rising water stage. It's just like 3 giant billboards of this furry inflation art, and I'm like, oh my god. No. If you don't mind, I can show you some examples on Twitter. Do you have? Oh. It's fine. I'm typically my own artist. I pretty much make everything myself for my streams, so I'm typically never really looking for other artists to make anything for me. I like to try and make everything myself and be, you know, self-made as a VTuber. But yeah, let's hop into the game actually, because it is now 4:34 and I'd like to get a few matches in, hopefully get that yesterday's Day of the Win before it resets and Tricolor stages unlock. So let's hop over into the game. Let me fix the audio real quick. It's let me make sure I get this right. We're gonna do 30%. Hopefully it's not too loud. Thank you. I try and Try and time things just right. There's probably an easier way to do things, but so you're gonna see a slight difference in how the chat works now in full screen. So we'll consider this like the test. Ah, courage, we gotta pull ahead. I think the current Salmon Run rotation too is like slightly random. I am Team Courage. Now, the reason I went with Team Courage is because, Courage is lame, no direct practical applications. That's where you're wrong. Bravery is a talent more people need, and I always struggle with self-confidence and self-worth, so if I want to seek anything, like, you know, you could be smart, you could be powerful, but if you don't have the courage to use either of those, you're kind of just fucking useless. And that's what I feel like sometimes, that I am just a very useless person, because I don't have the confidence to speak in giant groups. I don't really have the confidence to approach people first and be like, hey, ba 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 ba, because I always thought, oh, I'm just bothering people. I'm always afraid of what I say. Am I gonna piss people off? Am I gonna upset them? Am I gonna make them not like me? And so that's part of the reason why I kind of picked Courage, because I'm just like, you know, Courage would be great. If I'm gonna seek anything, it should be Courage. Because I already got, like, talent. I got good taste in a lot of stuff. I just need more confidence in me becoming a VTuber. Me becoming a VTuber, you know, that's like, oh, I'm gonna start playing this game. No. Sorry, my brain not working right now. To be a VTuber and like just put yourself out there and just stream, record stuff, upload it on YouTube, and that has to take a lot of bravery to start doing shit like that, in my honest opinion. When you're kind of a hermit, you don't like talking to people, and you're just kind of like afraid of like, oh, people aren't gonna like me, people are gonna hate me, I'm gonna mess up and just someone's gonna write a twit longer about me at some point, and the entire internet is gonna want to like hang me from the gallows. That kind of stuff. I was gonna go over my choice of the reasoning why I picked Team Courage. By the way, if the game's too loud, please let me know, but I think this is the correct amount that I usually use for Splatoon. I like to, you know, I don't play waifu wars with Splatoon usually. I do pick the team that I want to support the most. I know everyone that fucking plays as a fucking Shiver is just... They just want to fuck Shiver. That's the only reason anyone ever picks a Shiver team, in most cases. Yeah, it's always nerve-wracking to like put yourself out there, especially like on Twitch. Yeah. Hitting that go live button and feeling like, okay, am I gonna run out of things to talk about? Am I gonna be cringe? That kind of stuff. Nah, that's funny, Mechanic Cat, because I've picked Fry's teams several times. Not because it's Fry's team, but because I just honestly believe that, like, yeah, that was the choice I wanted to make for this Splatfest, etc. Ooh, is this gonna be a close game? I need to... Got it. So that's the first win for yesterday. Good, I don't have to worry about, like, getting a bunch of losses. Mute my phone. Sorry if I miss any messages in chat. Splatoon is also like one of those games that it could get a little bit overwhelming sometimes. It's play the gacha, because I can't resist playing the gacha. 24-hour object of affection. We'll go back to doing some open matches. That's the thing, Mechanic Cat. When I watch a streamer and they ignore their chat, it's generally a very miserable experience. I feel like good streamers, if like they want to stream, they have to like bounce off their chat. They gotta like interact with their chat and kind of be on top of it. But it is hard to pay attention when you're actively playing a game sometimes that requires like a lot of attention. But as I was saying, like, Courage just seems like the proper fit for me to choose, because when I debuted as a VTuber, that's just like, that's kind of like a... I don't mean to be overly dramatic, but that's kind of a life-changing aspect of my life of like, okay, new me, new tomorrow. Let's do something. Let's do something just that I never imagined myself doing. But something I always wanted to do, because I always wanted to stream. I was just always kind of like, living in a bit of fear of like, will I ever be good enough as a streamer? Would I start streaming and just really suck at it and give up at it? I'm typically not one to give up too much. Like, I typically feel that even if I join something somewhat late, I will always be doing it until everyone else loses interest in doing that thing. Which, you know, how VTubers started getting big back in 2018. We've lived through COVID now, even though it hasn't gone away, necessarily in my opinion. And I think if you ask any hospital worker. But yeah, now that COVID's quote-unquote gone, and everyone's back to spitting in each other's mouths in real life, the whole VTuber craze, when people were locked in their house for like 2 years, seems to have kind of gone away. Or people are just a little bit more disillusioned with it, it feels like, I don't know. Go ahead and cancel me, guys. VTubers are lame anyways. the funny part about like me and COVID with the lockdowns is the lockdown was just like my normal life anyways. I hated leaving the house. I was just a hermit. I barely interacted with people, so like really nothing changed for me personally. It's also been a while since I recorded a stream, and this is getting uploaded to YouTube, of course. Unless something really horrible, terrible happens, but no, typically never anything bad happens. I got that poison oak on my hand, so like I'm like, all right, well, touching stuff at work now has like me super paranoid. Like, all right, who's been going outdoors and just touching grass and touching poison oak and ivy? My hand is mainly healed now. It's just all kind of, it's got that scaly crustiness to it where the skin is just all dried, and eventually it will like, exfoliate. And my hand will kind of go back to being just as it used to be, but it's improved. I definitely can start drawing again. But I feel bad that there's like just been this massive hole between, or massive gap, I should say. Both sound sexual. In my YouTube uploads between VODs, it's like if you see a Splatfest next to another Splatfest, that's kind of a bad sign productivity-wise. It's just like VTubing, so people that are too shy to show their faces are just disembodied voices. It's kind of charming. Everything else about the VTubing, I don't really give a rat's ass about. Yeah, same. As an artist, I've always liked to see how people present themselves through what, like, your art is kind of like a... It's basically the cover of a book, and the content you produce is the contents of said book. And VTubing is kind of like an extension of that, unless it's like the corpo shit, in which case, like, yeah, corpo, it has no fucking soul. That's why I like the indie VTubers more. I have no confidence in myself, as I have kept saying, so starting out as a streamer that wouldn't have like had anything else, I'm just like, alright, well, I'm no Vine Sauce, I'm no Joel, I'm no whatever big streamers everyone loves. I gotta have some sort of gimmick. I think that's a good thing, because we are filtering the people now who still does this and watch VTubers, like, people are really into it. Yeah. Probably feels bad right now to be a corpo VTuber fan, because there's a fucking entire corpo sphere of VTubing. We're watching like two giant companies be slung through the mud right now, with like a whole bunch of like scandals and like people leaving and realizing that the corpos aren't doing nearly as much as they should be doing for the talents, and they're just taking money. So that's kind of interesting to watch that dumpster fire occur. Of course, the towns are still going to exist, and they're going to move on and evolve, and, you know, just get to keep their rights and be them. What kind of work do you do that makes you touch poison ivy? Feel free. Oh, no. The thing is, I work a retail job. I don't leave my house. I don't go out into nature. I haven't touched grass in the past several months, maybe a year. It's like, I'm just in an indoors environment. There isn't any poison ivy around me at all. So I had to have touched something that was like cross-contaminated with the oils that are produced by like a poison ivy or poison oak. And yeah, it just... my right hand, which is my dominant hand, it had just... it got real... yeah, it's just poison oak, and it's like, it hurt so much, I couldn't, like... I need that to draw, and I couldn't draw, and it's just, you know, kind of blistering the fuck up. It's super gross, and okay, sorry, I got so into that. The only way I could have got poison oak was from touching it, something through cross-contamination. Pretty sure, would an allergic reaction, like, cause a lot of blisters that would, like, pop and get ooze everywhere? Because I don't think so. Because there's an allergic reaction, it would have been a skin rash. I'm pretty sure I know all my allergies, and that would typically only be like an actual medicine that would cause that reaction. It's just... Well, here's the thing. I know that, like, it's not the plant itself. Well, it is the plant itself, but it's like the oils that the plant produces. So you can touch like the rash someone has from poison ivy as long as it's clean, I think. And as long as there's no leftover oils from the plant on that rash, you won't transmit it. But let's say you go hiking, you wear a jacket, and that jacket rubs up against some poison ivy. Like this, let's say the sleeve of your jacket or your shirt touches poison ivy and the oils get stuck into that. Now, considering United States money is partially made of cotton too, it could very well have been a homeless person who slept in some poison ivy and their clothes are like just full of the oils, and like whatever dirty bills they're handing over could have been soaking in poison ivy. Or also, I don't know, there's like a strange leaf on my car the other day. I tried to, like, well, not the other day, but like a while ago, that I kind of brushed it off with something, but that wouldn't have cleaned the oils off of the handle of my car. So I'm kind of like wondering if it was that too. Like some schizo actually went around putting poison ivy or oak on car door handles and stuff. Yeah, I'm like trying to figure out why the fuck did I get poison oak on my goddamn hand. It's been driving me fucking bonkers. It's been driving me nuts. Because I just hate when people make my life hell for me. I didn't deserve to randomly get poison oak or ivy or whatever the fuck it is. I didn't wake up and go like, oh man, you know what? I want to go to work, fucking earn pennies, and fuck up my hand for the next 2 to 3 weeks. God, this fucking dude. What? Yeah, a lot of schizos. Yeah, there's a lot of homeless people in the area that I work at, so if it wasn't one of my coworkers wearing a jacket that was that they went hiking with or whatever, cross-contaminating some of the hardware I have to use at work, then it was definitely probably a homeless person wearing the only outfit that they have after sleeping in like poison ivy and like... That's what I assume. Oh yeah, yeah, definitely a schizo magnet. It comes with the territory of just working in retail. The business center or outdoor mall that I work at basically has a massive homeless population surrounding it. We once had a tent city pop up next to us, and it got really fucking bad that police were constantly involved every day in showing up and kind of eventually they had to shut the fucking thing down, like when they nearly caused a giant fire that would have like wiped out tons of homes and shit in the entire business center. So It's... yeah. You know those, like, gas canisters and all that for fuel? Like, they just had those laying around. They have those for, like, cooking and all that, and... just one exploded and caused a fire, and, like, that kind of got the entire, tent city shut down pretty fast. That was, like, I guess the excuse they were looking for to finally intervene and do something about it. It was, yeah, after work I'd always, like, see police cars constantly, and I've been seeing more police cars around the area as well, kind of like, they're always talking to someone, it seems. One of the local grocery stores just fully concreted one of its entrances and exits so that, like, people would stop going in and stealing and walking out because they didn't have any proper security. Welcome to the Zelda Splatfest, or I'm just gonna bitch and moan about the homeless people in my shopping center now. I'm sorry, that's just me kind of like wondering, like, yeah, maybe that's how I got poison oak on my hand, because I'm handling the customer's money too. And maybe the gloves I wasn't wearing weren't covering my wrist fully, and just all it took was, like, contact with the wrong bill against my skin, and then that caused it. Because I have to handle crusty dollars and, like, sometimes really grody coins, and I'm trying to always wear gloves and all that whenever I handle that for the past 2 to 3 years. Retail workers have a license to bitch at any and all times. Good to know, good to know. I'm just gonna bitch about everything, all the time, always. I mean, yeah, that could also be that, Thumby, because I don't know if I finished my story, but, like, there's a weird leaf on my door handle, kind of wedged in it very good. I just assumed, like, oh, maybe it was the wind that blew, like, a greenish and reddish leaf into the handle of my car door. It definitely didn't seem like a very smooth leaf, so it very well could have been poison ivy or something. There's schizos that do shit like that too, like... I always think back to when me and my family went into San Francisco once. My dad went into a store, 2 stories, so they have escalators and all that. And he holds on to the escalator bar, and, like, my dad really grips onto it, like his fingers kind of go underneath of it for the extra security, I guess. Someone had put, like, a needle or a thumbtack right under. They wedged it right into the escalator bar, so that when my dad grabbed that bar, it slid the fucking needle right across his finger and caused a massive cut. And that fucking scared the shit out of me, because I'm like, oh my god, what could that needle have been laced with? Or, like, that was, like... it's, like, completely something you don't expect. That's like a fish hook on a fish line hanging over an underpass kind of psychopath bullshit. But just something else schizos do. Like, there's, like, someone fucking hanging fish wire and fish hooks from a fucking overpass so that when bikers go under it, they, like, fucking... It's morbid to say, but, like, yeah, it's like, you don't expect that shit to happen ever. So, don't trust what you can't see, basically. After that happened to my dad, I'm just like, yeah, there's some fucked up people out there in the world that just indirectly want to, like, untargetedly cause harm to people. And that's, like, super fucking scary. America moment. Ah! That's like the HIV needle thing people used to do. Oh my fucking god. It sucks too when people go to beaches and it's just like, oh yeah, I know Santa Cruz or something had that issue for a while where there's like a shit ton of homeless people that they had to close down the beach because they were finding used heroin needles and stuff in the beach, and kids were getting pricked with the needles and whatnot, so it was just kind of like a uh-oh kind of people bad. Remove people from the premises is, yeah, I don't like people. I'm a hermit, I'm a recluse for a reason. I'll change the subject pretty soon. There's a mentally ill girl who knew one of my coworkers and for some reason called into her work to pretend to be my coworker to call out for her for some reason. Oh. I don't know why people like to cause a lot of issues for other people, and I've never understood it, and I'll never understand it. But the human race is a very varied and diverse cluster of chaos, and getting anyone to agree on one thing, it's never gonna happen. Life is anarchy. Alright, we've officially reached the halftime. So let's see. Let's see. Ah. Power has pulled ahead. But I will say, like, yeah, just kind of goes to show what our society is about. More people would value power over they would value wisdom or courage. But yeah, anyways, that's the Poison Oak, Poison Ivy story for anyone who is probably like only watches me through YouTube and whatnot. That's kind of where I've been. I've had like a bunch of smaller streams that I just didn't archive. Team Courage. You get it fresh. Alright, so hate idle businesses. Yeah. Props to anyone that could actually put up with that shit. I know I'd never be able to. Like, alright, Tricolor Battles now activated. Why would I have any reason to do the other modes ever again now? This is the whole thing I've been waiting for. I honestly think the Tricolor is a lot more fun than just a regular, and it has a special stage this time around. But yeah, there's a massive gap in YouTube videos because all the streams I'm doing are just like unarchived stuff, just small hangouts or just showcasing like smaller games or something that kind of can't really have its own full dedicated stream just yet. Couldn't draw because of my hand and the state it was, so now I can finally draw again. I can start working on thumbnails, and this month is also going to be a little bit light on archive streams because Tears of the Kingdom is coming out. Oh my god, this is a weird fucking stage. So, when it comes to VTubing, just, I don't know, like, everyone has their schedules. I'm not like that. At least, not yet. And the way that I do things, the way I do things are definitely very weird and outlandish. Yeah, it's a literal Triforce, this map. Depending. This'll definitely go on the YouTube channel. Because I do want to have, like, recorded proof that I played every Splatfest and whatnot. That's just like I did in Splatoon 1. But I didn't have any recordings or proof because I wasn't streaming back then, so it was just kind of like, whatever. We're still kind of winning, though. Nice base wisdom. It'd be a shame if someone fucked it up. Seems like there's at least a pretty even split of people for this Splatfest so far. Ah! I'll get to your redeems after the match ends, Mechanicat. This stage it definitely is weird having the Triforce in, like, the middle of it. This doesn't really feel very balanced, in my opinion. Oh, okay. I got a green Mountain Dew here with me today, so appropriate. Ah, delicious. Alright, stretching, not shrimping. Level 91 in the catalog now, so almost finished with this season. I think this will probably be the point where I don't have to get the daily win every day. Like, the boxes you usually get for, like, every 10 levels of an additional catalog just typically aren't worth it. So, like, I should, once I clear the season, get level 100 of the catalog, I don't have to really do the dedicated one. I could just keep doing Salmon Run, like, every other day. What was I talking about? Brain. Yeah, it's gonna be a light month for content, basically. Like, the Tears of the Kingdom streams, I'm not gonna archive them because I know the game is gonna be massive it's gonna like if I want to record those streams and upload them to YouTube, I'm gonna be behind forever, and it's just gonna like clutter up the channel. And I don't want people to look at my channel and go, "Oh, this is a Zelda YouTuber. All he does is he's gonna fucking stream Zelda and have 72 episodes of the same series," and it's like, fuck that. I've noticed stuff like that tends to happen with like any big content creator that records and uploads to YouTube and all that. When it's a game like Breath of the Wild, it just takes up so much space, and typically it's all empty space. It's an open world game. I'm a little disappointed that Tears of the Kingdom is shaping up to like look like it's literally just Breath of the Wild 2, and it's not exactly looking to be like as... I know Majora's Mask was an asset reflip, kind of, but with its own unique twist, own unique map. It just borrowed a lot of assets from the Ocarina of Time, and it was built on top of the Ocarina of Time engine with some additional, like, adjustments and new stuff added in. Tears of the Kingdom, because I know it's leaked and all that. I've been seeing some stuff, and what I'm seeing is like, okay, it's not drastically too different from Breath of the Wild outside of some of the features that I don't know if they've really showcased or not, so I probably shouldn't really talk about until the game comes out. I won't be saying anything spoilerly, but it just kind of like, it seems like more of the same, but like with some new features is all I'm gonna say. But not as much of a difference as Majora's Mask, honestly. Fuck. Yeah, if you never played Breath of the Wild, go ahead and get Tears, I would say, because people are probably gonna look at Breath of the Wild and be like, alright, well, Tears of the Kingdom is just gonna be an all-around better game, probably. So, unless you're like a really die-hard Zelda fan, there won't really be any reason for someone who's jumping into the series at Tears of the Kingdom to ever go back and really maybe even play Breath of the Wild. Because Breath of the Wild was very story-light. Like, I don't know. I don't consider it the best Zelda ever, but I do consider it to be the fun game. Because a dog shit narrative, in my opinion. Most of the story you got was like, you get to a big set piece and like stuff actually finally fucking happens. And then a lot of the other like story felt like filler you would find out in the middle of a random field if like you could actually get the cutscenes and whatever. So I've seen videos of people making giant penis robots. Because they did reveal that feature in the trailer that, oh, everyone's like clowning on it like, oh, it's Banjo-Kazooie nuts and bolts. People have already built giant robots with like fucking fire-breathing cocks. Like a drone striking Octorok. You know, people are gonna be extra gamer. I've also seen a whole bunch of other creations that are Nintendo's not gonna be happy about allowing that free of creativity, so be on the lookout for that kind of stuff. It's almost already been an hour, holy shit. Typically these Splatoon 3 streams for Splatfest last about maybe 3 hours, 4 hours if I include Salmon Run, which I will be doing some Salmon Run. I'll try and go ahead and, like, we'll see if the rotation's, like, good enough. I think it's an all-random rotation. This is not the ideal special for this map. Ah. Man, like, the team that gets the middle, honestly, like, because they have the high ground, they could just do whatever the fuck they want. Like, how am I supposed to... that area you can't swim up kills you, too. I'm not using my main weapon so far, but I do also like this weapon. I feel like it's also like an extra. It's a decent weapon. I do like the spoosh-o-matics and stuff, and this is the one that this is a more precise version of it that doesn't have the widespread. But it has some extra distance to it, and it is lethal if like you could get a good focus on your enemies. But with my drift issue I've been having with the controller, it's not as easy for me to be as precise as I used to be. But it's fucking Splatoon. Who cares? Okay, let's see. No, we get the partial victory at least. Oh boy, time to play more gacha. Fan favorite Ah, my voice, I had a bubble in my throat that made me go full Kermit for a second. Roaming dolphin. Yeah, Breath of the Wild, and it's the fucking Zelda cycle. Let me see if I can find something. I'll show you guys what I want to show you after. If anyone is still watching past the fucking 100th rant I've had about how much I hate my retail job and, you know, the issues that we have with the nearby population of homeless people. I need to make a rule for myself not to bitch about that stuff on stream anymore. So I'm pretty sure it's very alienating because people have strong opinions about that kind of stuff and like, you're being classist, and it's like, yeah, it fucking sucks that people have to be homeless, and I rather that issue be solved than for people to allow it to get to the state that it gets in. Like, why isn't the city doing all that it can to help these people and give them the resources instead of just making the people that don't have any power, like me, pissed off on a fucking daily basis that we're dealing with, like, people coming into our store, destroying everything, destroying merchandise, stealing. It's bad. It just sucks. Like, you don't know what it's like to be homeless, and it's like, yeah, I don't, but don't you think we should fix this and not? What are we paying taxes for? What's the government doing with our money? Like, speaking of drone strikes and all that, like, yeah, what's all of our tax money going into? Like, fucking drone striking third world countries or something instead of improving the way of life around where we live? But yeah, let's not get political. Let's not get political. At least I took someone out. Ah! It's hard for me to kind of like... I'm beefing it. I'm beefing it. I'm beefing it. I'm a very polarizing person. Not everyone is gonna like me. I know that. Fucking just going into doing anything. This is also why you need courage. You need courage because you need to be confident about the dumb shit you're saying on stream. People are gonna watch you and they're gonna, oh yeah, this guy's a fucking asshole. Oh, I hate Rick. He's mean. He's nasty. I'm just a tired, fed up person. I'm old. I'm a boomer. Yeah, we had the same issue where we had to close our bathrooms completely. People are going into our bathroom and just doing drugs in there, so we would find it in the trash and on the floor, and it was creating an unsafe environment for the people shopping at our store to walk into our bathrooms and find needles and crack pipes laying around and such. And ripped open packaging from like our electronics section. Like, the theft was getting really bad. They broke into all the toilet paper holders and just stole the toilet paper. Our security is like dog shit too, so they're not allowed to do anything. If they see a homeless person walking out of the store or something, like, the most they can just do is like go to the back room, get the video evidence, and then send an email with a photo of the person's face and say, oh, this person's not allowed in our store. And they can't get hands-on, so if the person walks in again, nothing's gonna happen. The homeless person knows no one cares. No one's gonna arrest them. That's why they're going into stores and they're just so brazenly stealing stuff, because it's like, they got nothing to lose. They don't have to play by the rules. They don't care. If they get arrested, then, like, at least they're getting someplace dry and debatably safer to sleep in, I guess. I don't know. They're getting cleaner clothes in jail, probably. I don't know how jail works, but they shouldn't be going to jail, obviously, but... A lot of people can hate me, believe it or not. My Splatoon streams always end up being unhinged, ranting bullshit. If this is like anyone's first exposure to me, I'm so sorry. The courage to say unpopular opinion, the courage to say unpolitically correct things, etc. Oh yeah, you have no idea. Well, actually, yeah, you do have an idea. That happens to me so much at work. Like, oh, I think this person is like stealing and he's doing this and that, and like that person just walked out with a whole bunch of stuff, and I'm like, yeah, what am I gonna be able to do about it? Nothing. Yeah, that's just every Splatoon stream. It's fucking unhinged Splatoon stream. Power might have this in the bag. Got it. I think this Splatfest, like, I learned this way back in Splatoon 1 during the SpongeBob versus Patrick Splatfest, which is a real thing that happened. SpongeBob lost. So, the contrarian team is usually the one that always actually wins. It's like, of course, people are seeing, ooh, do you like Zelda or do you like Ganon? And then everyone's like fucking voting for Ganon. That they're not even like consider like, it's like, oh, everybody likes Link. Ugh, no, Team Courage is lame. I want power. Ganon's cool, stuff like that. So Ganon's probably just gonna win off of like the contrarian opinion. I knew that was gonna happen because I saw that asshole just sitting there with the fucking leader. Yeah, everyone also forgets about the European, like, toilet paper Splatfest, too, that happened. Do you do the roll over or under? That was a real Splatfest. Fucking Europeans, I swear to God. Ganon is cool. Pigs need more representation in video games. Wait, you never heard of the fucking toilet paper Splatoon? Here. This was the European Splatfest. This is real. This isn't a shitpost. This is a real fucking Splatfest that happened for Europeans. It became a notorious joke that, like, all the European Splatfests were fucking stupid. And, like, America and Japan kept getting all the good Splatfests, and Europe was left with shit like this, because I don't know. Personally, I'm an over. I'm not an under. People are like, oh, when you pull from underneath, it makes it easier to tear without getting any more toilet. I don't know. It seems kind of like a non-issue. Like, what? Who cares? Just put your finger on top of the thing and rip it. You're holding it still. I don't know. I feel like if I ever do, like, I try the over and under sometimes, and if the whole point is like, oh well, you don't want to touch any more toilet paper than you have to, because then if the next person it's like, well, no, you're gonna have to do that with, like, if you do it under too, so you're still touching the toilet paper to keep it from, like, moving as you pull any more. So I don't know. See, this is, we're wondering, like, what was the best way, over or under? It's just literally, do you prefer doing it this weird way or doing it that weird way? It's both stupid. It's fucking toilet paper. We're just wiping our ass at the end of the day. Why are we having a war about this? Why is there a Splatoon culture war about toilet paper? Yeah, this is a fucking hot debate of fucking European Splatfests. Speaking of that, I also have another image that I need to... Oh no, fucking Pinterest. I don't have a fucking Pinterest. I can never fucking... I can never save images from Pinterest. Fucking... Courage! The cowardly dog macaroni. See, why does Pinterest have all the fucking images I need and then I can't have access to a full? Ah. Whatever. Let me just try and grab something. Oh my god, this is so fucking crusty. Well, whatever. Thank you, Reddit, for being a stupid dog shit website. But thank you for at least having the image that I need, even though it's super fucking crusty. This is the Zelda fans in a nutshell. Less cheese, more macaroni. So let's go. Zelda. No. I gotta get my names right here. Okay. Less cheese, so people prefer the NES Zelda. And then more macaroni, so you get Link to the Past. And then you go to 3D, less macaroni. They don't want Ocarina of Time. They want Majora's Mask. And then they hate No. I think I'm getting this wrong. This is requiring some performative energy that I do not have. It's just more of like, they like the newest Zelda. No, they hate the newest Zelda and they like the previous Zelda more. So people that like the NES Zelda hate Zelda 2, and then the new Zelda comes out and everyone's like, oh no, Zelda 2's better than this Zelda. I wish they stayed on the path of making Zelda 2. And then, well, I don't know. Only a few people feel liking Zelda 2 is like a contrarian opinion at this point. It's just people are like, oh, Ocarina of Time is the best Zelda ever. I hated Majora's Mask because it was timed and that adds stress, and I don't like that. And it was shorter and the bosses were easier and whatever. So then you go, like, you get Wind Waker, and everyone hated Wind Waker at first. I was one of those people that always liked Wind Waker. I was like, oh, cool, cartoony, cel-shaded art style. This is cool. But people who liked Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time were like, we want grimdark Zelda. We want grimdark Zelda. We don't want this fucking stupid cartoon shit. Get that out of here. This looks lame. And then Nintendo's like, all right, here you go. You get Twilight Princess now, and then people play Twilight Princess, and then they go like, oh, this sucks. This is too dark. This isn't what I wanted. I like Wind Waker was really good. Wind Waker was super fucking cool. Fuck, Twilight Princess fucking sucks. And then Skyward Sword comes out. Everyone's like, ah man, this new fucking style's too bright. I fucking hate how cartoony and vibrant this is. Fucking Skyward Sword sucks. Can we go back to Twilight Princess? And it's like, then everyone hated Skyward Sword, and then Breath of the Wild comes out, and then everyone's either loves or hates Breath of the Wild, and then Nintendo announces the fucking Skyward Sword remaster, and suddenly everyone's like, woo, yeah, I love Skyward Sword, this is my favorite childhood video game, I love Skyward Sword, yeah, fuck yeah, they're all hyped. I'm like, what fucking clown world is this? Everyone hated Skyward Sword when it came out, and everyone's like they were praising fucking. It makes no sense to me. I've gone off on a bit of a tangent, but I'm sorry. I hate macaroni and cheese. That's what it fucking feels like with Zelda games and Zelda fans, is they hate the new game and they love the previous game. And then, you know, that game gets remastered a couple years from then, and then everyone loves the game that they used to hate. I don't know. It's fucking stupid. I hate Zelda fans. I hate Zelda fans so much. Yeah, it's nostalgia. I'm in the party of like people that just gamers are jaded. Yes, I am a gamer. I am very jaded. I like all Zeldas. I don't hate any Zeldas. My history with the series is kind of a little bit embarrassing to admit, but I actually didn't play the original NES or SNES, or my first jump into the games was actually Ocarina of Time, and it was completely by accident because my mom went to the rental store without me. And she's like, "Well, I'm gonna rent a game for him," and you know that usually ends up very bad whenever a parent would do that, because then, as a kid, you kind of know what you want. And like at a rental store, I would always see the covers for Zelda games. I'd be like, "That looks stupid. It doesn't tell me anything about the game. I don't even really like." I didn't even, you don't have the internet to tell you like what the fuck the game is even about. You can't even look up gameplay videos and all that. So I would just always see a sword and a shield and be, oh, it's just gonna be some stupid RPG bullshit that I'm not interested in. So my mom went to the rental store without me. I guess she was just too tired that day to like come by the house and get me after like maybe going out to get some groceries and whatever. So she asked the person there, oh, what's a good game to rent? And they actually said Zelda. And so she got me Zelda Ocarina of Time for the Nintendo 64 for that weekend. And I was just like, she came home, gave me the game, I'm like, oh, you went without me? Ah, fine, I'll play it. Thanks, Mom. And I played Ocarina of Time, and my mind was blown. I was like, holy shit, this is what a Zelda game is like? What the fuck? And I fell madly in love with it. It was like a mind-blowing experience for me as a kid. Like, I don't like using the word epic, but I guess in a way it truly was epic for the little kid brain of mine at the time to just be exposed to like something that actually felt like an adventure, and like it felt grandiose. Because I was just, like, usually playing platformers, and, like, I made my fair amount of, like, bad decisions when it came to renting games. So the fact I didn't have any confidence in my mom to ever pick something good for me, because it had happened in the past, and she usually, like, picked something that was, like, really bad. But yeah, for once, thanks to that person working at the rental place for giving my mom a good suggestion. And props to my mom for actually getting me into Zelda, even though she's not actually a gamer and has no idea what the fuck Zelda even is in the first place. So after that, you know, I kind of retroactively, like, revisited all the past games, because I had a SNES, I had a NES as well. I was, like, one of those, like, gamers that was, like, I could have the old console, I can enjoy the old games still. I'm not, like, one of these fucking zoomers that's like, oh, that game looks like shit, I need to play a 3D game, I can't play sprite games, ugh. I believe timeless games will always be timeless, and you can always play them, even if the tech was very primordial or different from what we have now. So yeah, fucking hell. They have Majora's Mask Night demo kiosk at McDonald's. My mom gets you the golf game for Christmas. My parents once got me like a movie game for Christmas, and I just sat down and told them, like, thank you for the present, but please return this to the store and get your money back. It is not worth the $60 that you paid for this game. I can guarantee you I could pick a better game with the $60 that you spent on this shovelware garbage based off of a movie that you think I like. And that's all we did. We just took it back. They got full refund, and I actually got a, you know, I got a game that I actually enjoyed. And that was actually more worth the money, because it's kind of like shitty, spoiled, entitled child thing to do. But no, like, my parents are buying me a gift that's, like, pretty fucking expensive to get, like, a brand new video games. That's why we always rented stuff in the first place. Renting is always cheaper than owning, because fucking games have always just kind of been expensive. You know, $50, $60. Just easier, just rent a game for a weekend and play it for, like, $5 rather than pay the full price. Yeah. Like, it's not that I'm, like, ungrateful about getting a video game as a present. I know, in most cases, I know what I like. Zelda Ocarina of Time was a happy accident that ended great. It ended great. But, yeah, no, a fucking movie or cartoon crossover game for the GameCube. That was during that era of really bad, cheap asset flip games. Well, could I really call it an asset flip? It's like, it's just something that, like, if you were to go onto eBay now and try and buy that game, you're not even gonna, like, be paying more than $10 probably for it, because it's not a good game. It's the kind of schlock you would play during a showcase of bad video games, and, like, to make fun of. I know, with a first-party Nintendo game, you're always kind of getting your money's worth, in most cases. And you're getting way more out of the game. As a kid, I always understood not all games are made equally. I had a whole bunch of video games I would rent, and then I would learn that very fast that, oh, this game actually really fucking sucks. There's no content in this game whatsoever. You hit start, you play for 5 minutes, and that's the entire game. That kind of stuff. Dumb little baby me was like, oh, I want to play Barney's Hide and Go Seek for the Sega Genesis or whatever the fuck it was. Like, I thought, like, oh yeah, that game might be cool. I don't know, I want to see what a Barney game is like. So I was a weird kid. I did kind of like Barney. I wasn't, like, completely terrified by him, like most people were, or, like, obnoxiously hate. I don't know, I just thought dinosaurs are cool. I don't know. It's kind of embarrassing to say. Barney's Hide and Go Seek adventure, though. It's just, I even rented out, like, fucking that, what is it, the Pond Olympics starring James Pond, which is like that Eurojank series for the SNES. I forget what it's called, but, like, that was dog shit too. And I, like, young me was just definitely picking up and learning, like, alright, not all games are made equally. A lot of these are, like, phoned-in pieces of trash. Nintendo's, like, always producing these games that I could keep returning to, that age well, and actually have a budget behind them. Yeah. Like I said, became a rule that I gave my parents, like, for all future birthdays, Christmases, and whatnot, like, just please ask me what I want. I could tell you exactly what I want if you're gonna buy me a video game. That way you're not gonna waste your money, and it's always gonna be a game that I like and whatnot, so... And they never had a problem with that. They're like, they're understanding, they're like, yeah, okay. It's like, I don't need the surprise. I just want you to spend your money wisely. I don't want you to waste your money on me for something that I'm not gonna like, I guess. I don't know. Like I said, dumb entitled baby shit bullshit. I don't know. Some people are probably gonna hear that story and they're gonna be like, what the fuck? This guy's an asshole. What the hell? I'd be happy with any game that I get. Man, Rick's an asshole. I don't know. Let's do 2 more matches, and then I think I'm gonna do a Salon Run Break. Yeah, other than that, the whole accidentally getting Ocarina of Time as a rental, like, as soon as I had to return the game, I wasn't, like, even past, like, the Dongo's Cavern, so... I just immediately went to my mom and said, like, hey, please buy me this game. Please buy me this game. I'll pay for half of it. Please buy me this game. And, we went out and we bought it. And... yeah, I did beat it after a couple months. Why did it take me a couple months to beat Ocarina of Time? Well, you see, I got to the Shadow Temple. Re-dead scared the ever-loving fuck out of me. The fucking... what are they called? The hands that, drop down on you and take you to the entrance of the dungeon. Those scared the fuck out of me. And I already dealt with that shit in the fucking Forest Temple, so I was like, Forest, we had not 1 but 2 spooky dungeons. 3 if you count the well. I was like, holy shit. They're not called grabbers. Grabblers, the grabblers. The fucking Shadow Temple was terrifying me as a kid, so like I did actually need courage to fucking beat that fucking shit. I was just like... Speaking of that, I did have the guide, the physically printed guide. And that was a cool guide for like a video game because the person who made it kind of like wrote it to be a story. It just wasn't a straight, like, here are the facts, this is how you beat this dungeon and whatnot. They kind of wrote it so that it read like a book as you were reading all the passages. Like, it was like... Would it be past tense? The way that they would tell you what to do would be like past tense, like Link had already done it in the story. If you were reading the guide as like a book. Floor Masters, okay, yeah. Just whoever made that guide also treated it as like a piece of fiction. And so it just read like a adventure book kind of, well, not an adventure book, but like just like a storybook, as well as being on top of just being a fucking guide for a video game. That was another cool thing. I miss when strategy guides could be like that. I don't think we even have strategy guides anymore. I don't know. I go to a store and like I feel like games are so short and so piss easy. They don't even need guides anymore. You could just like pick up most games and just play them, and whatever you actually need that you don't get can be found on the internet with a lot of ease. Right, have a good rest of your day, Thomboy. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for watching. Thank you for lurking. Take care. Alright, one more, and then I'll need to refresh the food buff. But then we'll go do some Salmon Run after this. As a three-way mirror match that last round, I believe, because the colors were different. I was just fucking scared of the Shadow Temple so much that I kind of didn't touch the game for at least like 2 or 3 months, and then like by the time I returned to the game, I'm like, all right, I'm gonna fucking do this. I'm gonna get past the Redeads. I'm gonna clear this, because yeah, Redeads are just terrifying. Because when you're playing video games, you're used to having full control over your character, and just the fact that the Redeads froze you in place, but the game just kept going. That was a little mind-blowingly scary. Cause I don't know, I was conditioned like, oh, my game just froze. Because if you play with like a NES actual hardware, fucking the games would always freeze and shit. But I'm like, oh no, the game's frozen, but wait, no. The Redead is still moving. What the hell? Get me out of here. Redeads have never really been as scary as they were in Ocarina of Time, really. So they were cool. They're fucked up in Wind Waker, but I thought Wind Waker was like, they were. At first, I thought the Wind Waker Redeads were stupid. Like, oh, they're too cartoonish to be scary. But no, it's actually like when you learn the lore of the Redeads, then they're like actually fucked up, like really fucked up. So you're like, oh, these are just people imprisoned by the Sheikah to be guardians of the crypts of the royal families and shit. So the Sheikah are like, their involvement with the fucking Shadow Temple, the well, and all that. Yeah, it's kind of opens you up to like, huh, Sheikah are actually really fucked up. Royal family was also super fucked up. And then the Redeads in Twilight Princess were kind of cool, but like, I don't know, just them having swords. It didn't really register as like scare. I don't know. It wasn't even like creepy in an unsettling way. You're just like, it's just like a giant tomb. They're just Redeads. They scream, they freeze you, but then they come at you and swing a sword. It's not as like weird and fucked up as like this body that has like no weapon just walking towards you, and it's like a dried wooden husk, and it's just like, I think something being super slow and just like having creepy ambience to it is like what actually makes it scary. don't need something to come running at me and scream and jump scare me to like shit my pants. I need something to like legit take control away from me, out of my hands, and just slowly creep towards me moaning. Now I'd be like... It's like all those Resident Evil memes, or like people post like first zombie from the first Resident Evil, and they say, "This made boomers shit their pants in the fucking 90s." That's what it feels like. I like creepiness when it's like subtle, and I feel like a lot of like new horror fans, they want fast-paced, terrifying shit and like jump scares, and I don't know. It really depends on how the game handles horror, but people kind of they don't look into what makes horror work as much as they should. Oh, time to change out this piece of gear. We'll go do some Salmon Run. Get my food first. Rule of Rose stream. I'll think about it. Part of me says stream it during Halloween, but I'm not quite sure it's even a Halloween game. It's survival horror, but not exactly survival horror. No, it's if you're going into it expecting a Resident Evil Silent Hill experience, you're gonna be very disappointed. It's a very different type of horror. From what I know of the game, I've never actually played it myself. I've seen videos, I've heard of it, and when people are like always playing it as a part of their big like, oh, this is a spooky Halloween games, ooh, they play Rule of Rose and they're like, what the fuck is up with this game? It's more of Lord of the Flies with little girls and like the cruelty of children. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm not 100% right on that. I don't know. It's a game that's often very popular with insane women and people who like Lolita fashion, which you might say like, what's the difference? And you're probably right. So I don't know. If I don't think someone like me is truly going to be able to appreciate the brilliance and the masterpiece that is Rule of Rose, even though it's, you know, it's by the same creators, like from the Love the Lick legacy, like who did Tulip and all that. So I feel like I have to play it just for that reason alone, that it is done by Love the Lick staff. But will I actually enjoy it as a game, or fully even understand what's happening in it? Probably not. It seems like one of those games that you kind of like have to watch a YouTube video to maybe fully understand the story, because I don't know. It seems like it has a lot of like sub-theming going on. Yeah, it is a Love the Lick game, so there's always like well, not produced under Love the Lick, but like I always just put it under the same umbrella, since it all came from the same roots anyways. So, knowing them as developers, what they... It's like... how do I say this? 'Cause it's also easy to say that that was like their first survival horror game ever that I would think, so of course it's gonna play nothing like what we were used to in the popular field of survival horror. But then again, it's like how many other developers also like did their first survival horror and like didn't get it right the first time or like didn't even know what the fuck they were doing. It's like there are a large sum of games that are probably like that anyway, so I don't know. Most survival horror fans just only played Silent Hill or Resident Evil, and then like they're basically their tastes are the same as like the kind of people that go to McDonald's and McDonald's only, I guess. I equate those two series to that. It's normie survival horror. Unsettling, but if you play in streamer fashion, oh my god, look at that, I'm so scared, oh shit, I jumped out, my table broke everything, then it's gonna be boring. It's slow-paced psychological horror. Okay, yeah. See, that's like what I expect out of it. I don't expect to be like jump scared or unsettled too much. It's just kind of like it's fucked up. It's uncomfortable. It's like everything about it is just like psychological. But not. Oh. Sorry. Damn it. Revive me, you fucking. Fucking goon. Yeah. I think I maybe a long time ago watched the two best friends. Fucking what were they? The guy in the bandana and the guy with the red head. And like they played like a bunch of they called it Shitstorm or something, like Halloween stuff. I know they played like games like Illbleed and like Escape from Bug Island for the Wii and stuff. They played Rule of Rose, and they seemed like, what the fuck is going on? Like, they didn't understand anything of what was happening. And I think maybe they wrote it off as, like, a bad game. I can't remember exactly. I kind of want to go back and revisit that series now. I know they didn't fucking understand Illbleed at all, and that was funny. I think the thumbnail for that video too puts like the true ending final boss like in the thumbnail. Like everyone sees the true final boss of Illbleed and they think it like looks so super fucking cool. And that's like their only, I think it's like one of the first things you see when you Google Illbleed, I'm not sure. Yeah, Escape from Bug Island is like, it's that good Wii trash kind of game, but I don't have the setup for playing Wii games quite yet. It's a very easy setup to do. I'm just like, I don't know, what, you need a Bluetooth dongle, and then you can like even get Joy-Cons to work with it. It's just, Dolphin's pretty much a very capable program. I do just also have a Wii U. I don't actually have a copy of Escape from Bug Island, so it's like, do I get a physical copy of that game? How much would it even cost? It is a Kusoge, so I don't think it could be worth that much, but the retro game market is always a fucking shit show. It is always, never quite, what it seems. But who knows, maybe Escape from Bug Island is very expensive. I do love me some good Kusoge. The one thing that interests me the most about Escape from Bug Island is just the fact there's giant praying mantises as common enemies. As a kid, I always loved praying mantises, and like I was just obsessed with them. I was I was obsessed with mantises. I bought that Goosebumps book that had a giant mantis on its cover alone for that. I never actually read the story. I tried, but I'm just like, this kind of sucks. Just like, cool giant mantis. That's why I bought the book. So having a video game where there is a giant mantis inside of it, like Body Harvest for Nintendo 64. That's another reason why I ever played that game to begin with. Body Harvest is, it's gonna have giant mantises in it, and I was just kind of disappointed by what I played, and I don't think I ever actually saw a giant mantis in Body Harvest, at least with how far I got. So when the Wii came out, you know, I'm more older. I'm not as obsessed with mantises and all that, but I'm still like, oh, cool. A horror video game where there's giant bugs and mantises are like the zombies. I never got to play it, but I looked up some videos and I learned like, oh, this is actually just one of those bad games, huh? Everyone's like panning it, everyone's just like making fun of it, so I'm like, I don't gotta play it. I don't gotta get it, I don't gotta rent it. Because I was in that phase of my life where it's like, oh, well, a lot of video games suck now, so I'm just not gonna play a lot of them. But now I'm in a different place in my life where I'm also like, I'm in a different place now in my life where I'm like, you know what? If the old video games I thought were gonna be bad are actually good compared to the video games that we have now, so fuck it. It says it says volumes about how I feel about games now, I guess. I don't even know if my Wii U is still alive. It's probably bricked itself. I'm gonna take a drink of Mountain Dew. That was a bad round. Oh, we had two of the Grizzco super stampers, but like I guess the people probably didn't know how to use them. $20 to $30, goddamn. For that price, I'll just buy Pizza Tower. I'd like to go back in time to just when GameStop was getting rid of all that shit and just buy it all up. Fucking $5, $3 a game. Now all GameStop sells is Funko Pops. They don't even sell used games anymore, it feels like. Video game companies got super greedy and they're like, why should we allow people to exchange copies of the games for less when they could just buy it from us for full price and never go on sale on digital storefronts? Anytime anyone ever says, oh, Nintendo games never go on sale, it's like, find the person in the room who only buys things digitally. I've seen plenty of first-party Nintendo games go on sale in stores. If you're just keeping an eye out and doing some extra research, or say, follow one of those dedicated Twitter accounts that notifies you every time a game goes on sale or is like fucking $20 or $30 from Target and whatever, or has their buy two get one free or buy one get two free deals. That's how I like ended up buying a lot of games in the past. Was I'm just like, I'm being wise with money. If you can't pick up with the whole earlier conversation about me getting on my parents' case about like, let me know if you're gonna buy me a video game, because I will tell you what are the good ones to buy me and what are the bad ones to avoid. Ah, that's embarrassing. I hate getting killed by the maws when I'm on the crab tank. Ranged blaster. Not my best weapon. But yeah, I'm still angry with myself that I kept overlooking every copy of Parappa 2 that I could buy for cheap from GameStop, because they always like either didn't have the manual or didn't have the original box. And I did find one that had the original box and the disc, which is obvious. It's going to have the fucking disc if they sell it. It just didn't have the manual, so I just didn't buy it. And that was like the only almost near complete copy I could find of it before they kind of got rid of all their PS2 stock for good. I'm like, oh fuck. Would have been like $9 too. I imagine Parappa 2, if you want to buy it, is probably like in the 50s, 60s, maybe even 100s, just because it's Parappa. I know the second game isn't as fondly remembered as the first, but it's still Parappa, and I think it's gotten even more notoriety now that retro markets have exploded. I'm always afraid to just search up retro games on eBay, because I just know I'm not gonna be happy with what I see. Unless I own it, then I'm incredibly happy that I'm like, oh hey, cool. My copy of Guitar Man is like hundreds of dollars now. As if it's not just speculative bullshit of fucking people like buying all these retro games and inflating the price. Thinking that, oh, this game is worth hundreds of dollars, but no one's actually fucking buying it. Oh boy. I don't like this. This needs my full attention. No, we're not gonna win this. Fucking round 3 too, and they give us the fucking glow flies. I don't know what was going on there. I was like hammering that button to throw out the bomb, but no, it wasn't working. Damn it. Ah. Well, we're almost at the super bonus at least, so it's not that pain. I think last Splatfest is like a super painful salmon run. I can't remember. Like, I think I did so poorly that it downranked me. I'm noticing the issue is still happening with chat, where it's like, because you're a VIP, or for some reason VIP is rated above people that subscribe to the channel, so it doesn't show the little badge next to your name just because you're a VIP Mechanicat. That's probably something I'll just remove from chat. I don't know. I just probably gotta just make a special little VIP thing. I have like multiple scenes too for like different layouts of the chat. Oh my god, we got the fucking dynamo roller and like this fucking wave. Oh my god, and he actually knows what to do. I have the world's most dog shit weapon for this. Not entirely dog shit, but there's also not like really. The full charge doesn't seem to do as much as it could do. Because it's more about consistently hitting it, I think, than it is about doing damage. I'm not sure. I just noticed also, like, all three of us have this fucking Grisco weapon, too. What a waste of a wave. What a goddamn shame. This thing has armor piercing, and it could completely, like, fucking destroy most bosses in one hit. But no, it gives it to us on a fucking hide-and-go-seek round. I think you and Pokey are the only ones who are even VIPs in my channel. I don't wanna award VIP out to like just anyone, or like have it maybe be a redeem. I see a lot of channels do that too, where they just make like a mockery and a meme out of it, where it's like, oh, you could become VIP, and then like they have a remove VIP redeem that's like not as expensive. It is funny. It is funny to a degree, but I'm always like, do I be that scumbag that like, as soon as someone redeems it, I redeem to like take away VIP from them, and then I have to worry about it vice versa. Like, what if I'm the one that redeems VIP, and someone immediately like undoes it? I don't know. I think it's like just supposed to hammer in the fact that the VIP feature isn't like really supposed to be that important. It's just the chat box that I use. For some reason, I don't think there's an override. I'll have to check and see maybe if there are options to like turn off stuff so that it makes the hierarchy a little bit different. I think the subs should be like above VIP. VIP just feels like you're like a little step like above, little step above, just you know, being a usual casual chatter and like watcher and all that. I guess for most Twitch streamers, like a VIP is also like, oh, you're trusted, you're like maybe like someone who's a part of the community more than others, or like did something to contribute to the channel in some major way. I have no need for any mods yet. I don't think anyone wants to be my personal Janny. Nor should they ever want to. I could kind of take care of myself. I don't really. I'm not like. I'm not a big enough streamer, and I don't think I ever will be where I'll have any issues. So I'll be able to like just take care of everything in-house personally. Becoming too reliant on others is something that I honestly think is pretty spooky and scary. Let's say you have someone important that helps you out, and then suddenly, like, they become, like, your #1 enemy, or suddenly they don't like you, or, like, some falling out occurs, and then it's like, oh, well, I just lost the person that mods my chat or does a lot of other important stuff for me. Then it's like, oh, I got so used to not doing this that now I have to do it. It's like I don't want that to happen to me. So I wanna consistently always be able to like do everything myself if I can help it. That way I never get tired of doing said thing. It just makes my life harder for me, honestly. But I think it's better people do things that way. Letting conveniences undo everything. Kind of like trying to. Oh no! Oh no! No! Fuck's sakes! Nope, that was worth it. Anyways, people kind of lose the ability to do things after a while because they've gotten so inconvenient. They conveniently let, like, other people do everything. I don't know. When you're a bigger streamer, you definitely do have to have help. I think that's completely unavoidable. Finally, I can fucking hear myself and think and focus. Oh my god. Oh well. Didn't kill the Ouroboros, but at least got a silver scale. Let me reassess my thoughts and say that what I was trying to say a little more clearly. Yeah, may as well just go for the last super bonus now, I guess. Take a drink real quick. There. What I'm just trying to say, I think, is I don't want to become over-reliant on others. I want to be self-sufficient enough. And the moment I start relying on other people to do all my work for me, I feel like my streams will just become less me. And I don't know what I'll want and what I won't want in my chat. I don't need other people to, like, jump the gun and assume that, like, oh, we can't be saying that, that's... Usually anything goes here besides, you know, the usual obvious no-nos. I don't need someone else to be policing my chat and getting overzealous and injecting their personal beliefs into, like, what people say and all that. See how insanely powerful this thing is? It just kills things instantly. And it has armor piercing as well. These are the bosses right here. Bam, it's just straight up. Straight up the max damage you can do in one hit if you can land a shot. Thing is, Let's try and line up here. So that's like on the line. It has a very short reach. See, about like that, the halfway point from where the line is, you have to be super close. It's a cool super weapon, but a lot of people don't know how to use it, and I didn't really... Well, the waves I keep getting it on are, like, pretty useless for me to use it, I feel. But, yeah, just having other people control things and, like, take away control from me for the sake of my convenience, probably just... I don't know, it subtracts from, like, what I want, I guess. I'm never gonna be anyone that's, like, big enough that I'm making thousands of dollars per stream and people are gonna come and troll me and that kind of shit. So I don't gotta worry. I don't gotta worry about paying editors. I don't gotta worry about someone else managing my YouTube channel and doing shit in a way that I hate. I don't gotta worry about engagement and milking videos for the maximum amount of money that they can earn. I've seen too many of my favorite Let's Play channels fucking suffer from that bullshit that I don't ever want that happening to my channel, where it's like, what's that? We heard numbers in the thumbnail are bad for engagement, so now we're not even gonna number the episodes in the title or the thumbnail, so you're not gonna know how to watch the series in order unless we upload a complete version of it or have a playlist. Fuck that shit. Holy shit. Anyone that runs a YouTube channel like that is just like, at this point, the channel's a fucking zombie of what it used to be. I'm not gonna name names, but it's it's bummed me out how bad having a YouTube manager has wrecked some of my favorite Let's Plays channels. I don't care about any of that shit. If my videos will like get 1 or 2 views at most, it wouldn't even make a difference if I stopped uploading videos on YouTube, probably. But I'm gonna archive this shit myself, and you know what? I'm gonna look back on it, and at least feel some semblance of pride. Like, oh, you know, I have a pretty impressive spread of games that I've played and recorded and streams, even though they're not always like the best quality, or like it's got my stupid commentary over it and all that, so you know, there's not much value of it, but still, it's me leaving a piece of myself into the world, out into the open. Anyone who wants to enjoy that, great. My expectations for myself ever succeeding beyond what I currently do are very low. I do this more for my my mental health and feeling productive than I do it as like, this is gonna be my ultimate end game. I'm gonna be able to quit my job, and I'm gonna that kind of shit that like everyone has these grandiose delusions that their expectations are way too high. They need to like temper themselves, in my opinion. That old saying, "Don't quit your day job," is it's hard truth. It's hard truth. Don't quit your day job. Have a safety net. I'm not saying be a wage slave for the rest of your life, but definitely like, if you're gonna start VTubing or streaming and all that, don't think you're gonna do HoloLive numbers and be able to like quit your shit job and that kind of stuff. You're just gonna become disillusioned fast, and the more you try to emulate corpos too, is you're gonna not have a fun time streaming if you try and like always copy what other people do. think a lot of like successful people they just do what they want to do, and they do things that are different from what's popular. And a lot of people don't realize that. Like the stuff that's uniquely you, play the games that you want to play. The reason why corpos have such bad taste in video games is because they're not really allowed to stream a lot of video games. It would suck to be an authoritative, like, well, be a corporate VTuber and have to, like, speak to authority of, like, you have perms to play this game, but you don't have perms to play that game. Or you can only play that game as long as you have a physical copy of it, because we don't want a lawsuit from Nintendo. That kind of stuff. There are some corpos that do technically get away with the stuff that they want to do because they happen to be boomers, and oh my god, they happen to have copies of games and systems laying around. But it was Corone or whatever who did a Kirby Tilt and Tumble using the Game Boy Player and her GameCube, which is something I've only ever seen done at like GDQ. Which it's a funny way to play that game, and really the only way to play it on like a system capable of streaming, since I don't think it emulates at all. It's funny, but yeah, she could get away with doing that because she owns all the actual hardware, I'm pretty sure. It made for a funny stream. But I mean, you look at the rest of what Corpo VTubers are doing, and it's Fall Guys Among Us collab number 524. Or they're playing the new fucking whatever the hell gacha mobile game everyone is playing. Or it's just whatever big Nintendo... I'm pretty sure there's just gonna be a massive 90% of all Corpo VTubers are gonna be playing Tears of the Kingdom. So sadly I'll be a part of that wave of just, hey guys, I'm an indie VTuber streaming the same game. All your favorite VTubers are streaming, so don't come by and watch my streams at all, because I won't be doing anything more fancier than they'll be doing. And I'm gonna feel bad about that, but at the same time, it's also... It's got it. No, I didn't. Get me out, okay. Oh, she played the Goemon series too. Yes. I wanna play those. Have some exposure to the Nintendo 64 one, but never any of the SNES ones or other consoles. But then again, like, the series has primarily just been a Japanese franchise for most of its life, and like, they never really brought any of it over to the United States or localized it, to my understanding. It has always looked like a super fun and interesting series. It's like, what, Konami? It's one of their longest running franchises. Like, there's some retro game commercials that go fucking way back with Goemon. And as a franchise, they're not really doing anything with it nowadays, are they? It's kind of dead. Yeah, one day do expect the Goemon series from me. At least the SNES games. I believe all 4 of them are fan-translated now. Oh yeah, there's to take care of yourself, Redeem. Let me do that real quick. Let me stretch. Alright, so before we get back into the game, I'm gonna actually go do a quick BRB. I think the Nintendo 64 was one of the last Goemon titles, if not the last. It seems that way. I know there were PS1 games as well. I think they tried to do a soft reboot of the franchise, and that got translated recently, but it was like, it went from a full 3D game back to a side-scrolling sprite game, and it was just more of modernization anime bullshit where the characters barely even resembled themselves. So I can't remember the specific title of that game, but I know it got newly translated a while ago. And like, it's just like, you know, trying to reinvent an old series and rob it of its core identity never really works well, and fans always end up hating it. Anyways, I'm gonna go do a quick BRB, so I'll leave you with a very special BRB segment themed for this Splatfest, so sit back and do enjoy it. It's a good one.
Link, what is that Stelfel wearing?
Don't worry, Princess. It's just a mask.
I am more than just a mask, boy. Much, much more.
Stand aside, Princess. This masked Stelfos is going back to Ganon.
Your powers are no match for me, boy.
Looks like we're in trouble, Princess.
All we can do is run.
Wow, these games get better and better every year.
My son just keeps getting stronger and more braver every day.
Wow, did you see that?
Yeah, these games are pretty exciting.
I'm not impressed. I've seen better battles with beetles in a bottle.
Great, Prince Facade. It's great to see you again. And you to Link.
Hi, you might not know me, but my name is Ian, and we need a map to Nehru's temple.
A map? Well, that will be no problem at all. A tingle!
Coming, great prince! Quick question here. Who's Tingle?
You see, Ian, every time I go on one of my famous adventures, Tingle draws me a map of where I may need to go.
A true hero seeks neither fame nor fortune, only the courage which he needs in which to fight. What do you want, great prince?
Well, my friends Ware need a map to Naru's temple, and maybe by the looks of thing, maybe Dokov on their way to Din's temple.
Here you go, boys. And thanks for waiting. Man, this guy has more mouth than Robert McGee.
2 Triforces, while Ganon and Majora's Mask still have 1. Maybe we can get that Triforce back.
This isn't the Triforce of Wisdom, but it's something.
What are they talking about?
Let's see.
Well, now that I know that the rest of the Triforce is on its way, I think it would be best just to rest for a while.
That is, if they get here in time.
What do you mean?
I cased over the moon. It will fall on Hyrule Castle within a few hours, destroying this world.
You're insane! Why do such a thing to us?
You should have thought about what I am willing to do in order to get the job done.
But you're to destroy us all, including yourself!
You just don't know my true power. I will be the only survivor once that moon hits.
We only have a few hours left. What are we going to do?
We're just going to have to go down fighting.
This is a time for which a hero must succeed. Failure is not a choice.
The power of evil will always be overthrown by the power of good.
Let's hope today is no different. Surprise, Ganon!
What?
Oh, Link. You and I have a common enemy right now. Ha ha! Now give me the Triforces now!
In your dreams, Pigface.
You two are so stupid. I know what you want, Link. You want this.
Dense potion! Hand it over, Ganon.
Never. I will not be defeated so easily.
Zelda! Look out!
Link!
Just one more blast, and your history.
I will come back after you, Link. Whoa, my hand.
Link! Catch!
The keys disappear when you turn them. What I need to make the Master Sword is in it.
Link, catch the chest, then open it.
Oh Oh no!
Goodbye, Ganon.
I saw something like a dark image in the mist, but I couldn't really make out nothing. It just disappeared.
I'm back. Oh no. Don't go to that site. It's a virus site now. Okay, don't go to dancingtriforce.com, I guess. That's just the problem of domains expiring and people moving in on them. I know Dancing Triforce is like a meme out of context now. People, I've always known about the the Light of Courage videos. Like, they were so ridiculous. I've been a fan of them for a long time. But that sucks. That definitely sucks that it's a virus site now. And that a lot of people don't even know where the goofy little Dancing Triforce fella came from. Yeah, it's some funny shit. Alright, here we are, back at it again with Splatoon. They're probably doing great things. Like when the people making that shit made it, they were probably like bored college students in art school learning how to make 3D shit. And so they're just like applying all those skills to make something that's purposely bad based off of this really bad fan fiction someone wrote of Zelda. Or I don't know. Actually, as much as I am a fan of the animations, I don't quite know the origins of how that even came to be. I think it's like maybe probably something awful goons if it had to be anything. But then also knowing something awful, there's like a lot of people that are like malicious and like they want to like bully and harass people in not funny ways, but I feel like that was like at least transformative enough that it's like not obviously really too malicious or anything. It's just like, this fan fiction is bad. Let's just make an animated series mocking it. I don't know. I'll probably come to like learn some super fucked up stuff later on, like, oh yeah, the people, I don't know, I'm not gonna say anything. They're just funny as like this weird showcase of like a lot of effort before 3D animation really like picked up and like the average person could make stuff like that. I don't know. The novelty at the time, like someone would take enough time out of their day to make such a absurd animation to mock funny subject materials, just it's good. Speaking of fanfics, I'm so sad to hear that the Smash Bros. Brawl fanfic used to be the biggest in the world. It's been overthrown by Loud House's fan. Why is... I guess that's why it's a loud house. Ha ha ha. It's just naturally gonna happen with like the more and more popular the internet gets and the more intertwined it is with culture. It's gonna become super easy for so many old things that previously held a record to suddenly lose that record when the number of people participating is much, much bigger. I hate all these remasters that don't even differentiate themselves. They just call themselves fucking Resident Evil 2 instead of Resident Evil 2 Remake. You try and Google anything about Resident Evil 2 now, and it's just like a bunch of these like fucking streamers and new YouTubers and like all these shitty Kotaku articles about it. And it completely buries the original, and it becomes much more harder to find anything about the originals because now it shares a space where when these games were in their prime, they barely had any presence on the internet compared to what they would have now if like the same game were to start suddenly existing and there's an entire hype culture behind it. If that makes any sense of what I'm trying to say. Basically, I'm just saying like boomer shit, like the shit that we like just didn't have enough coverage. It won. Doom 2 does not need to be remade, ever. Fucking amazing what fans have been able to do and mod that game and like do all the funny, crazy shit. It's... To make a remake is just very tone deaf. If anything, if you're going to remake the game, just remake it within the Doom engine. I don't know. It's been remade enough times in such jokey ways that I feel like it's just a perfect game. It doesn't need to ever be remade. If you can't get into original Doom, then I think that says more about you than it will anyone else. Doom is a very magical... Yeah. Doom is a very magical thing. I was like, what did I need to do? I'm like, oh wait, yeah, I need to change headgear. Let's go with these glasses. Gives me the nice outnumbered buff. It might be useful in this mode. If I'm on the attacking team and not quite the defending. Yeah, that's another problem. When the remakes come out and they delist the originals off stores. We saw that with Grand Theft Auto. And it didn't work out for them because those remakes were so heavily fucking made fun of. They're remasters, not necessarily remakes, but they were so panned across the board it was actually a fucking embarrassment. They spit on the legacy of the games that made their company even fucking stand out. And the fact that they tried to like be history revisionist about it and completely remove it from the public and their ability to play it. Rockstar is ran by idiots. I've never been a Rockstar fan, so I'm not worried about burning those bridges, honestly. Me and the Grand Theft Auto games, like, I never really play them beyond, like, a couple... Like, going over to a friend's place and, like, playing the game for a while, and then, like, you know, having 30 minutes of, like, oh, enter the cheat code, run around with all the powerful weapons, and... Would be kind of cool to go back, I guess, and maybe play them, but... Gangster culture... Crime stuff... Never necessarily been my jam. I'm always more of like fantasy, I guess. Bing bing wahoo, like had to buy a copy of Vice City for PS2 recently. I've been having fun with Vice City so far, that's my experience. I think I do actually own the games. I think there's like a package, like all the PS2 games in one collection. So I don't think it's quite a remaster as much as it's just like a relaunch of the games. They might all be patched so like some bugs don't exist in that version anymore. No, I got a couple series that are like that, where they just like packaged them all together for cheaper, back to like when game developers weren't like so fucking greedy. I think I have the Metal Gear Solid series like that too, but honestly never really played them. I bought the games but never played them. I guess I just never really had the time to play them, I guess, so they kind of sat on the shelf there, and like I'll get around to it eventually. But now the remake culture has like really gotten out of hand, and there's like a million different versions of a game now. It's like, what's the best version to play if I want to experience that's actually like similar to the original? Yeah, I like the Crash games. I actually got a copy of the latest updated Crash Twinsanity game. I mean latest updated Crash Twinsanity. Were there different did they release multiple versions within retail, or are you talking about our fans patching the game or something? Twinsanity. Twinsanity is the one where you're Cortex and Crash, and like you're doing tag teams. Like it plays like a cartoon, and a lot of like the ambitions the developer had sadly got left on the cutting room floor. They had to cut so much stuff from that game that it was basically incomplete, but it had so much charm to it compared to like any other studio taking Crash and like just trying to like make something that resembled what it used to be. Like Twinsanity felt like a breath of fresh air that like they kind of did things right, but high budget expectations for a low budget game. They're different. The latest updated official version was for PS2, and it came in a package of tag team racing and other racing games in Twinsanity. Oh, I see. I see. It probably didn't like patch out too much stuff then, or like it's probably just fixing some of the major glitches. I know like the coding was a little bit jank, that like if you fight like the giant like weird stone tiki boss and you touch its corpse after it's dead, you can still kill yourself. It will do damage to you, and like you could finish the battle, watch the cutscene and all that, and like you just jump on it, you could just end up getting a game over and killing yourself. Oh, just kill the 100% cutscenes and some texture stuff. Okay, I see. I would, if a game would ever get remastered, I would like to see that one get remastered, I guess. Though, it's not gonna happen. Because with the Activision fuck you money that they have, they could very well, like, actually make something nice, but then again, it's like modern sensibilities are probably not gonna make the game age that well. I don't know. I wasn't really a fan of everything they did in the Crash 4, aka Crash Not 4. Because the fourth Crash Bandicoot game, technically, is the one that came out on the GameCube and the Xbox and PS2 when Naughty Dog stopped producing it, but in my honest true opinion, no games after Crash 3 are honestly real Crash games. If it wasn't developed by Naughty Dog within like the same window that they made the original 3 games, then it's like it all just feels like weird fan fiction. Is that just another studio like adding on to it that is completely changing things in a way that they weren't intended. I didn't like the Tana redesign. I didn't like the... Well, here's the thing. I didn't even fucking play the new game that came out. I just didn't like the Tana redesign. The entire internet, like the fucking Coomers they are, were going fucking apeshit, like, oh, look at how sexy she is, look at her big fat fucking ass. She has the same fucking haircut that every other fucking female character in media has right now. It's like, okay. I can guarantee you none of them fucking played the game either. That's just the way the internet works. New woman comes out. I don't want to play with you anymore. Drops last month's flavor. And fucking draws porn of the character and then moves the fuck on. Like, I'm kind of like tired of that culture on the internet as well. It's just like fucking Coomers that like all they care about is like, okay, how many fuckable women are in this new version of the game? And then that's like their only concern. That's the only thing they care about. Like, oh, the porn of the character. Like, I don't know. So, her segments of the game looked like they were fucking boring. Like a grappling hook or whatever, and it's... The problems of Crash 4 were also just too much clutter in the stages that it's just... It all blurred together. It's like a giant muddy mess of like too much small details within a map that the original games were designed with a philosophy that you'd be able to see the path clear ahead of you in a straight line and be able to say, oh, that's an enemy, that's a pit, that's an obstacle, that's a crate, that's TNT, you know, that kind of stuff. You look at Crash 4 and it's all just, there's so much detail everywhere that it all blends together. It's not clear. The difficulty too is like the stages are so long. And if you want to get a perfect, there's like, they're hiding shit in such bullshit, unfair ways too. It feels like artificial padding and artificial difficulty. Yeah, too many boxes, too many characters, too many gems, too long levels. It's like, the original games, the levels were short enough, they were like the perfect length to ask the player to get all the boxes or do timed runs and all that. The new one looks like it's just so fucking brutal and unfair, and it was like... I don't know, it's like they're trying to live up to the expectations, but like they overshot way too much. They made a game that still looks really good, but they just didn't understand why people like Crash Bandicoot. That's what I feel like. You tell like Dingodile or whatever his name is was probably just a playable character because someone they probably hired for the team of the game was just a massive furry, and Dingodile was their first crush, so they wanted to make their favorite fetish enemy into a playable character. That's another problem going forward with games like Crash Bandicoot or Spyro, is just like they do actually hire people that are furries, and then they kind of like design characters and have a history with the series that is probably, I mean, not necessarily always a bad thing, but I feel like the innocence of the series gets thrown out when you start hiring people like that. Someone like me as a kid playing those games, no interest in furries whatsoever, no interest in having sex with any of the characters necessarily. So I find myself a little bit disturbed, like when the studio in charge of making remakes or being in charge of the franchise starts being people that were on the side of the fandoms of that kind of stuff, who wanna do a lot of sexual weird stuff. It's like that episode of the Powerpuff Girls where the writer injected himself as some sexy guy that fucking Blossom wanted to have sex with. Like, I don't know, it felt really fucking... It feels so weird to see that stuff, to me personally. I don't know, I feel like... I know the creator of Steven Universe drew a bunch of like Ed, Edd and Eddy yaoi and stuff. That'd be like if Rebecca Sugar suddenly became a writer for Ed, Edd and Eddy. I feel like an Ed, Edd n Eddy reboot by Rebecca Sugar would be one of the worst things that ever happened to the series. If that would ever come out and she was making it and writing it, people would hate it. They would absolutely hate it, and she would inject all of her fetishes. Thank God it'll never fucking happen, but I guess that's like the fairest comparison I could give to like how I feel about some of the people probably working on the new Crash Bandicoot and Spyro shit. It's just... The original creators did not set out to make a furry game, basically. They were just animal mascot platformers, and they thought, you know, maybe dragons would have been a cool theme to stand out from Italian plumbers and hedgehogs and stuff. John Fatfer making the fattest dragon you've ever seen in a game rated 12 and up. Exactly, and I remember all the streamers and like all the female VTubers, like the moment that fat dragon appeared on screen and like he gave his big hearty laugh and his big fat belly flopped up and down, and they're all doing their, you know, their usual content farms of dad bods, ooh, that's hot, guys, I wouldn't fuck a dragon, but you know, that kind of shit that they do. Look guys, I'm being ironic, but I find that hot. Oh yeah, do you really find that hot? Okay, fucking jiggles my fat fucking gut in front of your face. It's disgusting, but when a digital dragon does it, then like you're fine with it. Fat ugly bastard joke. Pardon me. We're all fat, ugly bastards behind our VTuber avatars, even the women. The Splatoon streams always end up being about furries. Funnily enough, though, there's like a sub-faction of basically what I would want to equate it to, like Sonic OC's Do Not Steal, kind of like, but with Splatoon characters. There's people out there that just like make their Splatoon Inkling personas, and it's like, does it count as furry? It's not exactly furry, but like they aren't exactly humans either. But these end up being their OCs, and then they evolve those OCs in ways that they're demi-humans, I guess? I don't know. Your ex tried to get you to make a Splatoon OC. Yeah, it's fine, but like, fucking give or take like a decade or two, like when Splatoon finally stops being a series that Nintendo produced, Nintendo loses interest in making Splatoon games, cause like, if that's even gonna happen, but it's Nintendo, it probably will. They'll probably be like, alright, well, we're on Splatoon 4 or 5 now, let's just let the series die and do something new for like the next fucking 2 decades before we want to revisit it again. And then they hire these like kids that were like making their Splatoon OCs and like making weird fan fiction and like shipping and all that, and like, does that make any sense, what I'm trying to say here? You get people that love the subject matter, but for like in a weird way. It loses the innocence of the original creators, where they didn't real. Well, believe it or not, Nintendo does use sex appeal for this game. Marketed and everything. Why do you think there's been already like three fucking idol pairs, and like every Splatfest evolves into a waifu war, essentially. And some of the outfits you could get in Splatoon are definitely like someone was horny when they designed them. the Splatoon characters have been getting older and older as the franchise has gone on through the years. So Inklings now are very different in shape of how they used to be in the original game. Damn it. I've been saying, like, try to legally cover their asses. They keep aging the Inklings up bit by bit every new game. But the idols are, you know, the main thing everyone cares about. The face of the game that they're from, essentially, where people are just drawing nothing but shiver and fry porn. And it's like, oh, give us a male idol. They give us Big Man, and he's just like a big doofy manta ray. Like, he's not even humanoid. That goes back to the whole, like, conversation about, like, Tana and, like, what I hated about her in Crash 4 is, like, they just took a character. She was already, like, supposed to be, like, a blonde, bimbo, sexy, Bandicoot woman. She was designed with, you know, pervertedness in mind, so probably not the best example, I guess. But her remake, you just had people like who found the old version of her hot, and then the new version of her was just something that a bunch of different people found hot. Like, I don't know. They're different forms of like sexualization. One was like hyper bimbo, the other was just like porn artist bimbo. I don't know. I don't even know what point I was trying to make anymore with that fucking, what I was talking about. I don't know, I'm just... Yeah, too many horny people making games. Not necessarily a bad thing. I could be horny too. It's just... I think there's an amount of professionalism and not like fucking openly stating like, yeah, this has to be horny. We gotta do this and that. Sex sells. Sex is used in marketing. Even though it's treated as the most taboo thing ever. We've really created a weird society of like very repressed people that can't stop thinking about sex and aren't allowed to talk about or think about sex, but are also openly allowed to talk and think about sex. It's kind of like... It sounds like an oxymoron, but it's kind of like... It's just weird. It's like an open secret. Everyone knows it, but don't say it. You can like something for the merits of like what it actually is, and then you always have that faction of the people who like it purely because sex. And it's just all about sex. It's I don't know. And I feel like when you get in like, it's just a game made for like, it's a platforming game made for children. I don't think the whole sex appeal thing should maybe be crossing into it as much. I don't know. Yeah, a lot of stuff I played was just like unapologetically horny too. Like I said, Tana in her original form, she was just like a blonde cartoon bimbo babe. Not that I ever want to like, I never found Tana attractive, but I just hated her design change because the fact that they went the most safest, boring route possible and designed her like they would any other fucking boring ass female character in the year fucking 2000 XX. Tall woman make people go awooga. Well, I mean, yeah. I prefer my women like 100 feet tall. Maybe 50 at the shortest. A lot of games and cartoons are an awakening for a lot of kids and teens. Yeah. I mean... Here, let me show you guys something real quick. Wanna know what fucked me up as a kid? What fucking... One of the many things that made me into the mentally ill weirdo that I am today? Fern Gully. A ham-fisted environmentalist movie. But, if you know, you know. There were more fetishes in this movie than there probably were, like, actual meaningful statements about the impact of what deforestation is doing to the rainforest across the world. The most expensive fetish movie ever made. That probably killed more trees to produce the script than it saved. But everyone knows it as the Robin Williams Bat movie. You have never seen it. Count your blessings. Then you weren't doomed to develop some weird fucking fetish. Put it in your list. It's probably fucking available on... Actually, no, it's probably not available on YouTube anymore. Disney bought Fox, so technically this movie everyone thought was a Disney movie, but wasn't a Disney movie, is now technically, under law, a Disney movie. We all like our weird shit. See, I have to, like... I have to put up with people joking about the things I like and treating the things that I like as super fucking freakish. And you know, I'm gonna take those punches and I'm gonna do a little punching myself. You throw a punch at me, I'm gonna throw a punch at you kind of mentality. So I'm gonna talk shit about furries, and I'm gonna talk shit about, like, this and that. I feel like I have a right to. The stuff that I like is often very popular with furries, and because people get exposed to, like, furries doing it, they suddenly think it's a lot more freakish than it actually is, and I'm just like, oh no. Have you guys ever seen that, the picture of, the giant sandy cheeks? I think if you know what that is, and, like, yeah. I could thank furries for, like, birthing shit like that into existence and making people think that, like, oh, all people that, like size stuff are, like, really fucking weird and, like, want fucking Buddha sandy cheeks to be sucking a car into her urethra. Man, Rick, you're always on your high horse about keeping fetish stuff and sexual talk out of Splatoon. Meanwhile, your streams all you talk about is sex stuff and weirdo shit. Well, you see my defense on that is, people have to opt into my streams and they have to opt into my videos, and that is derivative of actual Splatoon, as opposed to, say, someone launching Splatoon and deciding like they actually want to play the game and not watch someone else play the game. So it's not within like the official means of being able to see that kind of stuff. It's like more of an opt-in experience. Like anyone could not watch my streams or not watch my VODs at any given time. You don't have to be here if you don't like it. But it's not the same like when you launch the game and say you're a little 12-year-old Timmy and you're like, oh boy, I want to play Splatoon. And the first thing you see in the plaza is like all these fucking horny posts on the fucking Miiverse posts and fucking inflation furries and like muscle furs and like boar and shit. That's why I'm like, I don't feel hypocritical like that. My Splatoon streams can always be like so unhinged and deviant and just full of me shooting the shit and talking about weird stuff like this. It's not the same. It's not the same as like, you could just have complete silence and play Splatoon in peace. You don't have to listen to me talk about this shit. You have to go out of your way to like report things and like hope to avoid it. You're just gonna get assaulted with like any random shit people want to post in the plaza. God damn it. Ah well. There's less of a choice in what you want to see. Like you could completely shut off the Miiverse posts if you want. In which I did do that for the first few Splatoon streams because I was just like, all right, this is kind of like a little bit dangerous territory to stream some of this stuff because like people were posting just about anything they could for clout, for advertising and all that. Nintendo has like clamped down on that hard. So the reporting system is actually doing stuff. A lot of the people that like use this as like their personal soapbox have been getting banned lately. I won't name names, but there's a very specific user of Splatoon that has become so famous through putting signatures and advertising their Twitter handle and shit. And they recently got banned for at least like 14 days and all that. And not gonna lie, I don't miss seeing I don't miss seeing them. I kind of wish the ban was permanent. It's a little bit petty, but like, yeah, I like the feature as like, oh hey, draw a stupid picture to show like your team pride, or like draw goofy little meme things. But when this becomes someone's like social life and how they like want to publish messages and like their political stuff, it's like, all right, maybe go do that on Twitter and not shit up the kids game, I guess. You saw a lot of feet when you got Splatoon 3. Yeah. There's that too. Like all the weird fucking... It is just... The game, it launched in such a weird state. I think there was a redeem a while back. Let me stretch. You can take a sippy. All right. Yeah, that's enough of me being on my soapbox, bitching about stuff. You come into my house, you watch me play video games, and you don't expect me to bitch and complain? It amazes me how many people have no concept of common sense. Said that guy that is always being yab in other people's chats. Don't worry, I think we're all a little bit yab. Society is just very yab in general. It's just... I as a viewer, I could be a little unhinged, but sometimes it gives people content to bounce off of. So it's not cringe unhingedness. It's not like someone being awkward for the sake of like causing trouble, as much as it's someone being yab. You know, it's not heckling. It's a healthy dose of just back and forth, in my opinion. I've seen people that are actually really creepy and come in the chats and ask really invasive questions and aren't even following the streamers and all that. But if the streamer knows you, they're pretty familiar with how you joke around or what you possibly say, then they're okay with it. They're just they're having a good time. They know you mean no harm. Everyone also sometimes likes to embarrass their favorite streamers in front of newcomers, or hijack the raid messages into something embarrassing, or take a joke that was maybe supposed to stay between them and the stream that it occurred in, and then they take it into another streamer's raid message, and then they have to own up to it. I miss those random people who would randomly come and say random stuff. It happens sometimes. An old guy who kept wanting me to play as a cutter ability when I was playing a Kirby game. The one person in the world who likes the cutter ability. The cutter mega fan. Damn, we're just getting annihilated. I need to change the shoes and go scrub the abilities. Alright, we are 1/4 of the way. I don't care if people see me as degenerate, I just don't want to annoy or disrespect someone, which is, yeah, that's like... That's what most people, I feel like, should feel like. But some people sometimes don't have that, that same filter on themselves, I guess. Yeah, he's a Friday Night Funkin' fan. See, these are good Splatoon posts. It's usually like whatever is like popular media and a mixture of like Splatoon, and people like get creative with what they do. See, lots of good posts. I don't care if Courage wins, I want Shiver to lose. No, I'll give some freshes too. I need to give more freshes, even though it doesn't really matter. It probably just makes the cool stuff stand out more. Whatever algorithm this game runs off of, it probably tells them to put this shit more in the pool of images that you see, compared to shit like this. No. Thing is, you never want to incentivize people with a reward to do a report system, because then it becomes incredibly ungenuine and people just do it for the sake of getting a reward. People who actively go out of their way to report something or boost something should be doing it out of, like, love or concern instead of, like, some carrot on a stick, because then that will... Here's the old example of Club Nintendo before they reverted it, or they turned it into, rather, My Nintendo, where they had, you buy a video game, you score it, you review it, you tell them what you liked about it, you told them what you didn't like about it, and they gave you coins that you could spend for physical merchandise for free and, like, get some stuff back. So Super Paper Mario came out. Everyone who bought the game and just wanted the coins so that they could get, like, an exclusive thing that they would give away didn't even bother giving them an accurate review of the game. So Nintendo, someone in an interview said, oh, well, we looked at the reviews from My Nintendo for Super Paper Mario, and it seemed like the people who bought it didn't like the story, so all future Paper Mario games, we kind of, like, opted out not to really do a story like that ever again. And whether or not they were actually, like, talking the truth or, like, fucking bullshit, who knows? But because people wanted the points and they didn't care about accurately reviewing the games on the survey and all that, it actually taught Nintendo, like, hey, a bunch of people who just wanted to do this for the coins gave them the wrong impression about what people actually liked about Paper Mario games. It's like, yeah, that's my rant on, like, never incentivize people to, like, report or give a thumbs up to anything. It just causes more troubles. If someone actually cares, they'll do it. They'll do it, and they'll, those are the people that should be doing it in the first place. I do miss old Club Nintendo too. I think my favorite end of the year reward was I think you could get, like, a very super nice quality plush hat of Mario, or a fucking digital copy of Punch-Out, where you fight, what's his name? Fuck. Who's the guy who trains you again? What's his name? I'm forgetting. The Fat Albert looking motherfucker. What's his name? Whatever. You just get, like, one stage where you fight him and Punch-Out, and it's like a digital claim. It's like, no, fucking send me the fucking real-life plush Mario hat. Doc. I think his name is Doc. And then, like, you fast forward to years now. I feel sorry for anyone who claimed the fucking Punch-Out where you fight Doc stage on their Wii. Probably can't even play it or download it anymore. Everyone, their mothers, could, like, actually just download the ROM of it and play it on an emulator. But they got robbed out of a really nice Mario hat, which I have. Doc Lewis, yeah, that's his name. So sucks for them, but I chose the better reward. That's, like, no contest. Why ever choose something that's digital only instead of something that's physical that you can own? I have the Mario Hanafuda cards too. I don't have them on my desk with me right now, but think they're somewhere on my shelf. I have the very last reward that they did too, which was the pin set, the Super Mario Bros. Pin set. Ever since the Mario hat, it was just kind of like, it went down in the years. They got cheaper and cheaper with what they made, I guess, because more and more people realized they could get some cool shit. Don't worry, the Hanafuda cards have like been reprinted and you could just buy those now. I don't think those were an end of the year reward. I think those were you could just like claim those with enough points. They were just kind of pricey. If I remember right, it was a hat, it was a statue, it was the pin set, and then I think they just stopped doing the Club Nintendo and retired it. Let's see, what weapons can I use? You know what? Let's go with this is my old main weapon back in Splatoon 1. Even has Kraken. Which I never see anyone use this shit. It's been nerfed, of course, so it's not as good as it used to be. I always feel bad when I'm working on the thumbnails for any Splatfest. I'm like, the thing is, I put myself in the thumbnail using the rollers, and I never use the rollers. But it's like, I was like a roller main in the very first game. And then they just consistently added more and more weapons that just shit on rollers. Rollers used to be so fun. Probably not the best map for the roller, though, to be honest, but we'll see. The problem with the rollers is, like, they just added too many weapons that have, like, too much range. They didn't really, like, close the gap with more melee weapons. Right as I got my Kraken. I want to cause some havoc as Kraken. Yeah, I'm saying I could barely even ever see anyone use the Kraken when I do play Splatoon. It's probably like been severely crippled to a point where it's like, it's just considered a garbage ultimate now. It's not even probably really useful to have. The coverage of rollers is just... maybe I'm not doing it right. Damn it. Yeah, it was OP in Splatoon 1. OP to shit. The Ink Strike was the true OP. Because what you could do at the end of a match... Eat shit! Eat shit! Don't mind if I do. Now, the problem is just ink coverage. You just don't get enough ink coverage anymore. There's not really a whole lot I could do, so this isn't really a good weapon for this mode. But I wanted to try it out for a bit. I think we'll switch to my ultimate scumbag weapon, what I'm good at. Though that was cool, just me rolling over the mid and just killing 3 people all at once. That was great. That is good dopamine. It's not a good sub-weapon for that map, it's not a good main weapon for that map, and it's definitely not a good ultimate for that map. Maybe the crack on Splat Roller is better for other modes. It all returns to the Aereo spray. It's just way too good. Booyah Bomb is just too good. Spread, I get the sprinkler. It's just, it has the ultimate setup for spreading ink. There's no reason ever, like, not to use it in Turf War. You just, like, want everyone else to be the one that kills everyone. Like, you want to, like, control as much of the map as possible and recover all that ground that you're losing. It's more of a support weapon than it is a go after people and kill them weapon. It just has such a extremely useful kit. I wonder. Sadly, because they made it so that your sprinkler disappears after you die, it's been severely nerfed in this game. But if you could stay alive, you could do more damage with it if you know the right places to put it. If I could get a good angle on that tower. I'll take it. A lot of the map, too, is just, like, cutting off their ability to get up there fast. Not fast enough. But I still at least killed all of Wisdom. It just means I gotta target Wisdom harder. I feel like they probably brought back the Kraken because it's a fan favorite and it's just that famous from the first game. But yeah, it's the only reason they brought it back. They didn't want it to actually be good. The Flingzo roller is like the new de facto roller if you like want to be a roller main, I feel. Because it's just way too fucking good. It gives you like that extra range that you need. They have both of it, but we're still overpowering them. I think that's still a victory for us. We'll see. I'll take a drink in the meantime. Let's see. We're officially at 3 hours and 27 minutes, which I won't be at this for much longer. Once I hit max rank, like any Splatoon stream, I just kind of end it there and just say, we reached max rank. There's no more need for me to contribute. We still got a little ways to go, though. I could definitely feel my Steam running a bit low. Unfortunately, returning to Salmon Run isn't something I could do to take a break from this, because it did too good at Salmon Run. It took only a couple matches to really even get all the points I needed to get all the rewards for this cycle. So, uh-oh. Add a Rapid Blaster. Oh no, it's the Clash Blast. The same thing, same thing. Fighting the uphill battles, that's what's fucking me over the most, I feel. Is just trying to get up there and then you have the high ground or you have the low. It's kind of a hard gauge of everyone in every direction could just hit you. Range weapons definitely do give you the advantage here. If you have a leader and you just sit in your team spawn, you can just shoot everyone that just instantly goes after the beacon. Alright, well, no one's gonna be fighting over the beacon anymore, so I just gotta go into full damage control mode. Alright, that one's probably gonna be a little bit... It's probably gonna be a loss. That was just me going ham at everything they were firing at our base. Yeah. Damn it. Yeah, I let some light into my room. I feel like I'm in a dungeon. I already feel the need to pee again. I think I could hold it till I'm done with the stream. Okay, working with Team Wisdom on this one. This mode probably, like, makes it such a wild card who wins, honestly. Because, like, we're fighting over, like, already existing victories and, like, stealing victories from each other, so... I think that's how it works. At least I got someone. No one grabbed the beacon. I hate the Hydra so much. All the skill players are like on fucking... It feels like they're on Team Power. Which wouldn't make sense. People that are tryhards would choose Team Power. Great. Hopefully we stole that victory from Power. Hopefully that last push was good enough, but yes. almost to the official halfway point. Sorry if I'm a little bit more quiet now. I feel like I've exhausted a lot of my conversation I've had built up that I haven't been able to properly get out in the time that I haven't been streaming. This also always a problem of when I stream. It's just my life isn't that interesting. I don't have much to talk about. I like to talk about video games, but my opinions about video games tend to alienate people. I'm not one of those people that necessarily likes to talk about other media too much. Not gonna catch me talking about boomer television shows or Star Wars or Star Trek or, you know, other stuff like that that is widely adopted by the vast society of people that just have interest outside of video games, I guess. I know when I watch streamers, so I kind of hate when they go into those tangents, or like if they're streaming something that's like super focused towards a part of culture that I've never been a part of. I tend not to want to really watch. So it's May 5th, so yesterday was no it's May 6th. 2 days ago, May 4th, was Star Wars Day, so naturally, of course, everyone's doing Star Wars themed shit. In the same way that I did a Mario Day shit, March 10th. So, I mean, yeah, me personally. There's nothing wrong with liking Star Wars and doing like what you want to do if it's a special day for that. I'm just saying, when it comes to Star Wars or Star Trek or like Breaking Bad or Better Call Saul or just like any big TV show that like everyone likes or like movie series that has been around for the past how many decades, it's just kind of tune out because like I can't really relate to a lot of it. Doesn't mean that I completely hate those things, it's just I just never really had a big involvement in those franchises beyond, say, what a normie would do, to pick up a video game of Mario, play 1-1, and be like, I play video games, I play Mario. Or it's like I'm obviously in poser territory if I try to talk anything about Star Trek or Star Wars beyond like the couple handfuls of movies that I've seen. Which, I think I honestly have seen all the Star Wars movies, except for the modern ones. I saw all 3 of the originals, I saw all 3 of the prequels, and then, like, I saw fucking the episode 8? No, episode 7. Because, you know, hype culture, woo, let's see how bad Disney fucks up Star Wars, that kind of thing. But here I am saying I don't talk about that shit, and here I am talking about it. I guess I'm just finding ways to ramble, I guess. It's just... yeah, it just doesn't really interest me, is what I'm trying to say. There might be some Star Wars games that I, like, maybe play on stream in the future, if I could. Because there are some good Star Wars games out there. But when it comes to watching certain streamers and all that, like, they start talking about that shit, and it gets very overwhelming sometimes, and I'm just like, yeah, if I could, like, not watch this stream, then I'm probably not gonna watch this stream. There's nothing worse than like, oh hey, this is this game that I really like, and the streamer is playing it, but then the streamer is so extremely, like, far detached from what is happening, and they're just discussing, like, the latest season of Picard, or the latest season of Breaking Bad is over, I guess, but the newest season of Better Call Saul, and it's like, I feel like you're really dating your VODs when you do that. And, like, it's kind of a disservice to the game you're playing, like, when you just wanna... I mean, with Splatoon, what you see is what you see. There's nothing interesting to really talk about regarding Splatoon when you're, like, playing your millionth match, doing the same bullshit that you've been doing for the past, couple hours, so... But I'd say it's a story-driven game, and the story is boring you that much that all you could talk about is, pop culture and media, then it's like... I think that's just a point where it's like, okay, maybe not stream that game, because it's not really interesting to you if you're finding ways to not focus on what's happening. I don't know. That's just a criticism I have of, like, a lot of streamers I tend to enjoy and watch, and it's just... It works for them. It works for their audience. Their audience likes it. I just know for me personally, I don't like that, so... It's like usually like when I just go find something else to watch or occupy my time with, I guess. So I like watching a game that I love and then like seeing the streamer like actually be fully invested in it and interested in what's going on, and it's like finding someone streaming Illbleed and like you're like, oh fuck yeah, they're so into it, and like they're reacting to everything that's happening in Illbleed. Like, the game is just that good that it like keeps their attention the entire time. They don't have to look for outside source material to talk about while they play it. The game is just that good at providing the content that you need to make everything Illbleed. It's like, this is the point of the stream where my chat has died down. Anyone who's watching right now is lurking, or they have me muted, because some of their other favorite streamers have probably just went live. So, I can't fault them for that. Do what you want to do. I'm just here playing video games for myself right now. Splatoon. I don't expect anyone to show up for Splatoon streams. If I'm honestly streaming Splatoon, treat my streams like it's a waiting line for the stuff you actually want to watch. If you're here, if you want to hang out with me, that's cool too. What was I saying? What was I saying? What was I saying? What was I saying? Yeah, I've reached that point where I'm just like, I'm finding ways to like talk to myself, because I don't have the chat to really bounce off of right now. And the game itself is like, yeah, it's just Splatoon, so there's nothing really interesting going on to like really react off of. It's it'll just boil down to, ooh, I died, that sucks, I hope we win, or, you know, dumb shit like that. When I'm playing games by myself, I tend to like always like have all these like, maybe not intrusive thoughts, because intrusive thoughts are more harmful, but just like random bullshit that enters my mind, and I'm like, huh, you know what, if I was streaming right now, this would probably be good to just talk about and ramble about, I don't know. Yeah. I need to like, there's times where I get into, I get into my head about stream, like, oh, I don't got any interesting to say or talk about, and like, it's a struggle to hit go live, because I'm like, I'm just sitting there like, I don't have anything to talk about, what have I got to talk about? And then I just get into a fucking mood like this, where I'm just like fucking rambling about dumb random shit. Splatoon is very head empty. Unless you get like that hyper focus. But it's head empty enough. I have more trouble like keeping up with the chat than I do actually just running my mouth. Now, a more professional streamer probably would have just talked about Zelda the entire time. My history with each and every game of the Zelda franchise. Maybe I'll save that for a more special Zelda theme stream, but unlike Mario Day, it's kind of a little bit harder to do that with Zelda, given how the games work. Mario is more like pick up and play, and like you could easily play the first level of like every Mario game within the same stream. But with Zelda, the start of every Zelda past certain past the SNES, it's just the games become longer, more ambitious, tutorial segments. It wouldn't necessarily be as easy to do, say, oh, playing every Zelda up until you get the Master Sword, because they all have different, way different pacing from one another, really. But the Mario 10 day stream that I did, it was March 10th Mario Day stream. It was just more so, yeah, I'm gonna play the game, I'm gonna get up to like maybe the first boss, or like that worked for Mario. It's not gonna work for Zelda. In the same way, everyone thought like, oh, they're gonna make a Zelda Maker after they're done with Mario Maker, and it's like that never happened because Zelda's a lot more complex than Mario. Yeah, maybe I just should say, like, my history with the Zelda series is, A Link to the Past is the best Zelda with Ocarina. Yeah, I feel that's a fair assessment. The two games are, like, they're legendary, and they reinvented the series. And people say Breath of the Wild is like, it's reinventing the series, but I don't think it's reinventing the series in a necessarily good way. It's fun gameplay-wise, but it's not what Zelda fans have grown accustomed to for how many Nintendo consoles now, generations. It's such a change to the formula that there's a lot of people actively debating, like, is Breath of the Wild even what we want out of Zelda? Because a lot of people hated the linearity of Skyward Sword when it came out. And then Breath of the Wild came out, and everyone loved that it was open world. But then everyone started hating open world. So then Skyward Sword release came out, and people were like, oh yeah, fuck yeah. I talked about this earlier, but it's just funny, the contrast of like how, like, the Zelda cycle. People want to return to linear Zelda now. Fucking open world Zelda bad. Nah, that's just not me saying, like, I'm not saying open world Zelda necessarily bad. I'm just like, I'm saying that as like, that's like what fucking the populace feels like. Fucking open world Zelda bad. I don't know. Where the fuck is my charging cable? Yeah, Zelda fans just want to bitch about stuff. They don't know what they want. Like I said, I've always liked every Zelda game, so I've pretty much played the entire franchise at this point out. Besides, the CDI games. I feel like my opinion about Zelda matters more than those who just jumped in for Breath of the Wild. And, like, that's their first Zelda game. So I'm gonna be a little bit of a gatekeeper. I'm just like, I'm a toxic fan. Though, I do like Zelda at most when it's, like, linear or, like, open enough, but, like, there's still a story being told. I thought the 3DS, Link Between Worlds was really good because, like, you could really go to any dungeon in any order you wanted. The way that game was laid out was, you could rent these items and eventually buy these items. So instead of finding the items in their appropriate dungeons, it's just you could get whatever item and like go to whatever dungeon they would help progress unlock and all that. So it was more open in your choices of like how you wanted to tackle the game, but it was still linear enough that you had like a clear goal, and it was still like classic Zelda style. Here, actually gotta go to the bathroom, so give me just a second. I'm gonna throw you guys back into a BRB, but I'll set something new. Just give me a second.
The legend of Zelda continues. Defeat your enemies, save the kingdom. Where? Some will help you, others will betray you. Restore life. I can get magic. I can.
I cannot help you.
Zelda! Use your sword. Find the crystals. Rescue the princess.
Zelda! Zelda!
Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link, only from Nintendo. Now you're playing with power.
This time, it calls you to the ultimate battle of good against evil. To a quest few are prepared for, and fewer still survive. But perhaps now the power is within your grasp. It's the game that's already a legend. The Legend of Zelda, A Link to the Past. Only on the Super Nintendo Entertainment System. Now you're playing with superpower.
いつもと変わらない朝、いつもと変わらない道、いつもと変わらない墓地、いつもと変わらないおはよう友達、あ、おはよう。
小さくなればいつもの景色も別世界。新しい発見、新しい感動。ゲームボーイアドバンス、ゼルダの伝説、不思議の帽子。
あ、近道。
Man, speaking of fetishes, that Minish Cap commercial. Okay, I'm back. I got my my wire, so my controller is now charging. Okay, volume has been adjusted. Ready to grind out those final few matches. Got some blood flowing through my legs. Because I was just thinking a little bit more about Zelda games. Yeah, it really is, like, funny that, like, Twilight Princess came out after okay, Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask comes out, people are like, oh yeah, I love Serious and Dark Zelda, and we don't want this stupid Toon Link, colorful baby game, Wind Waker graphics. Then everyone loves Wind Waker. But then, like, there's still people that are, I want grim dark Zelda. Yeah, Twilight Princess is gonna be, and then Twilight Princess comes out. People at the time hate Twilight Princess. Oh, it's brown and bloom. It's so dark. Ugh, it looks gross. It's not as good. Obviously the Midna fuckers are, like, eating good the entire time. Then, yeah, it's just more of the Zelda cycle bullshit. But everyone that wanted their dark, edgy Zelda game got it in Twilight Princess, and then they hated it and wanted Wind Waker back. Damn it, no one was there to get that, huh? Ah. Not good. So, yeah, Wind Waker became the golden child of the series, funnily enough. And it inspired a whole unique look for Zelda, so like basically GameCube, Game Boy, and the DS games adopted the Toon Link style as a whole canonized look for Zelda, that when they didn't have to fit the Nintendo 64 serious looks. Breath of the Wild has kind of done that now, where there's a Breath of the Wild style of Zelda, and I'm gonna be bluntly, honestly fair, I don't like how Breath of the Wild's Zelda identity is. I feel like it's not as good. I like the more classic Zelda. It feels like Mega Man, the series, is like, oh, if you're a Mega Man Classic fan, and then, like, you're probably not gonna like the Mega Man Zero or Mega Man X, that kind of stuff. Like, it starts to detach from the identity that you liked for the franchise, and I feel like that's like Breath of the Wild is it's way too out there for me to enjoy it in the same way that I like the classic Zelda. Aesthetically. Gameplay-wise, yeah, I'm more of a... I like the linearity of Zelda. I like the dungeons. I like the real dungeons. I don't like a bunch of little tech demos as the dungeons themselves. They're fun. They're still fun. It's just... The problem with Breath of the Wild in the micro quote-unquote dungeons that they make is nothing is memorable. Like, I'm trying to think back of, like, when I played Breath of the Wild and I'm like, yeah, that was a cool moment. Oh, I remember that shrine. Like, there's literally nothing I can really remember about it. It all left my brain immediately as I finished playing it. I enjoyed the hell out of it, but like, so much of the game is just spent doing dumb bullshit in the wild that like, you forget any, and like, the dungeons come in a flash and they have no real identity to them. The only dungeon I remember, or the shrine that I remember, is the fucking, like, the ball in the maze that you're supposed to rotate the maze to make the ball go through it. But the only reason I remember that one is because I just flipped the entire board upside down, dropped the ball onto it, and just let it to where it needed to be, and just did a quick, like, tilt so it flipped the ball onto the platform you needed it on, completely bypassing the entire puzzle because it was so fucking... That was funny in a very memorable way. Yeah, Water Temple is always gonna be, like, infamous for, like, how fucking annoying that is for everyone to deal with. And the Shadow Temple will always have a special place in my heart as being that fucking scary experience in a non-horror game that made me drop the game for like several months before I was brave enough to finally go through it and fucking beat it properly. I think that's like only maybe uniquely me. I don't know how many other people like just kind of got really skeeved and creeped out by the Shadow Dungeon. Yeah, Breath of the Wild just feels like fast food on Zelda. Like, you know, people that are super into it and like the lore and all that, I'm just like, I don't know. Visually, I think it's just boring too. I think it's the weakest Zelda in like art design. It appeals more to like high fantasy people, I guess, that like very vain things. Because it's more like showcasey and flashy in terms of like beauty, but like older Zelda games, like a lot of the characters are like super goofy, exaggerated, kind of ugly and like cartoonish and goofy. Every fucking NPC from Twilight Princess is like some sort of like fucked up, like crazily diverse like proportions and like hairstyles and like just characters like Beetle and like everyone in Wind Waker too is like extreme exaggerations and like unique cartoon people. And people always like, they use, oh, don't do what Nintendo does, Zelda, or Link always has to save the woman, and it's... They ignore all the good points of what Zelda has done as a franchise for years and years. Is if you want diversity in video games, look at Zelda. Look at the NPCs. Look how they make all these weird motherfuckers, and not all of them are attractive. Some of them are just straight up like weirdos and monsters, and like... Zelda has been doing this stuff like people wish they were doing. There's so many unique and weird characters and body types and proportions and races and all that stuff in Zelda as a franchise. But people are only going to look at it from like a face value of like, oh, it's a valiant knight guy saving a damsel in distress. No, fuck you. Actually play a Zelda game. Do the side quests. See all the weird characters the game has to offer. It's like... Zelda's great. And I feel like with Breath of the Wild, you kind of get robbed that. Tingle, yeah, he's a sexy motherfucker. He's just like me, for real, for real. It is funny though, his DS games that were made by Vanpool, which is also Love the Lick and all that. A part of that legacy. Same like some of the same creators and artists as Moon. He is just like a fucking washed up, fat, middle-aged man. And it explores that. Those games, I've seen people play through them. They're funny games. I want to play through them myself one day. They're great. They're great. I wish we got more Tingle games. I don't think Tingle's gonna show up in Tears of the Kingdom, sadly. He didn't show up in Breath of the Wild either. He got his outfit, but like... That's just another thing of like why I don't like Breath of the Wild. Like, thematically, it's just... It's still got some weirdo NPC designs here and there, but everything kind of like artistically feels weak in comparison. The Zoras are like a little more varied in like what sea life they take after, but... Because like in the old Zelda games, the Gorons mainly all look the same, Deku's mainly all look the same, Zoras mainly all look the same. Besides like important NPCs, which stood out because they look completely different. I like that design philosophy too, like an important character won't just be a copy-pasted version. They will to stand out against all the other copy-pastes. It kind of hammers into the fact that like, oh, that's a special character. They're different for a reason. Usually, like when you looked at a lot of like human characters in Zelda, you would feel that way at least, because the human kingdoms, or at least Hylians, were they're vastly different, but like the reason behind that was they generally all had like a reason to be different. The Happy Mask Salesman was different because he's a shopkeeper. All the shopkeepers look different, of course. All the mini-game runners look different. Any NPC that has some sort of function as like an additional shop or like quest giver, they tend to look different. So there's that. Usually some place is going to be a hub that you visit often. That's going to have like the characters that all look very different from one another, as opposed to something like Goron City or Zora City, where you're going to go there and it's like it's going to be a small portion of the game and you're not going to be revisiting that much, so they don't need to like make everyone there look too different and stand out. But like a game design standpoint, if all characters look special, then it would be harder to find the ones that actually were special. Unless you wanted to like have a game UI elements that indicated that, oh, this character has a quest for you. In which case, like, that could kind of like, depending on what you want to do, like, do you want to have a very expansive UI that kind of starts detracting from the simplicity of the game's presentation? Or do you want to keep things clean and natural? Like, it's like going in VR chat and some people turn off name tags and avatars. Well, avatars being like if they have icons or anything, because they want the feeling of like walking up to a random person and not seeing their name above their head. Like, it would be like an encounter in real life. You just walk up to someone and start talking to them. You don't know what their name is, what they're like, or anything. You just start talking to them, and what comes out of their mouth is like what kind of clues you into like what kind of person they are, I guess. Some people want that for immersive reasons within a game where you don't have a bunch of UI elements cluttering stuff. You don't see an NPC's name above their head. You just kind of like talk to this person. They're unnamed. They might have a quest. You don't know. You just don't know. That might have just fucked us. Oh, we won. Very, very close. 1%. Alright, it's dark outside. I could close my blinds. I feel like when a lot of people criticize the video games, they're criticizing artists that actually know what the fuck they're doing. Sorry, the story isn't like what you want it to be, or like the characters aren't as diverse as you want it to be, but sometimes there's reasons behind that for game design that makes it easier for players to read, is what I'm trying to say. It's so funny, ever since watching the Mario movie and like seeing like all the haters of the movie now, like just all the criticisms about it. It's like, I don't know, am I the weird one for liking the Mario movie and actually thinking that they did a good job? It's Mario. I don't expect high art from Mario. It's the fucking Mario movie. I know how bare bones the games are, their plots and all that. It's just, you get Mario RPGs, but Mario RPGs are the outlier. They aren't actual real Mario games. They are Mario RPG. Well, I guess they are technically real Mario games, but not in the mainline sense. They're all Mario games in the sense that they are a spin-off, like the sports games. They are non-canon to the actual what Mario would be, so anyone expecting a Mario RPG plot in a movie, sorry. To anyone expecting Mario to be like 300 pounds in a wheelchair and a single mother in New York City, sorry. You're not gonna get that kind of stuff out of Mario. It just has to be Mario. Why are you expecting more out of Mario? I'm watching videos like some of the more famous critics on YouTube, and they are just absolutely fucking mauling, and it's hilarious. It's like, what the fuck? It's the Mario movie. I don't trust their opinion on it at all. I know they're a good film critic and all that, but at the same time, it's like, I know they're biased and that they hate Mario, so everything, all their criticisms is like, I kind of like, whatever. It's funny you're getting so angry over the Mario movie. Almost. We almost had that. As hearing it, it seems like it's ready to go off the next time we grab it. The problem is getting up there. Yeah, the Mario movie didn't need to be anything other than like a fucking just fun kids movie. I hate that Pixar has poisoned an entire generation of animated movie enjoyers. Of like, everything has to be fucked up and depressing all the time. You're not allowed to just have fun with animated movies anymore. There's gotta be some underlying like daddy issues or fucking depression theme to like make everyone go, oh my god, that got me right in the feels. Oh my god, that movie makes me cry every time. It's like, no. Not all movies have to be like that. If every movie tries to be like that, then they're all gonna be lame. It's like the Futurama's fried dog situation. Like I was watching another streamer, so it's like, oh cool, you stole this opinion from another streamer, but like, I mean, he's right. It's like with adult animation, Futurama ruined everything with the Fry's dog episode because like, you could just have fun random bullshit episodes, and then you get to that point, and then afterwards, every episode after Fry's dog has to be Fry's dog. There has to be like depression themes, there has to be sad things, they gotta like, Adventure Time did that, Steven Universe did that, every fucking modern Western animation show is currently doing that. It's like, you're just not allowed to have fun with things anymore. Wait. The Mario movie. Yeah, the reviews are funny. I was taking the piss out of the critics, because, like, obviously it's, like, critics that don't know shit. Like, I'm a negative person, but, like, these are just negative adults that have no attachment to the franchise or series at all, so. Leave the multi-billion-dollar company alone. In my case, I probably wouldn't be who I am today if I didn't play Mario. Would I have the vast, deep love of cartoons and video games had I never picked up a Mario game? Or would I just have been destined to jump into video games in, like, the 7th generation and only play Call of Duty games or whatever? Like, I owe Mario a lot of, like, my early impact on my life. It's just teaching me, like, you could have fun with things. Things could be colorful. You could have zany characters. You could always try new things. People want to make fun of Nintendo as like, oh, all they do is rehash Mario. It's always the same fucking game every year. It's like, no. There's like a mainline Mario game, like, at least once a generation. And then it takes a new console to even get a new Mario game. Same with Zelda, like, it's very rare for them to release 2 games within the same generation of console hardware. Unless it's like a handheld. Handhelds are like the exception, because they're lower budget to produce, but like a AAA title on a console hardware, usually like, yeah, Mario Odyssey is probably going to be the only mainline Mario game that we get on the Switch. Zelda was just an easy asset flip. Majora's Mask wouldn't have happened had like, if you read the interviews and all that, it's just like Miyamoto was like nervous about it, but like the developers just let us have it. We'll do something with the new engine, and it ended up being a gamble that worked, and people liked it. Mario did have daddy issues in the movie. People probably wanted that to be the entire fucking movie. If you want that, just go watch any of the Lego movies. The Lego movies are great, but like, yeah, they're all just fucking daddy issues. Every single fucking one of them. The fucking Lego Batman movie, the first Lego movie, the Lego Ninjago, it's all about daddy issues. I'm not sure about the second Lego movie, but I feel like the second Lego movie wasn't really probably good. I haven't seen it. Bowser's gotta be the villain. Peach is just gonna be Peach. Luigi's gonna be Luigi. Like, everyone fit their roles perfectly. That's just how I imagine they would be anyways. One thing I will agree with the critic is, the fucking Peaches song from Jack Black fucking sucks. They could've did something way better than that. The fucking Peaches is like just fucking weird, dumb, memery bullshit that it's not even a good song, it's not catchy, it's just Jack Black saying Peaches over and over again. It felt like something that should have been cut out of the movie and included in like special features or something. I don't get why like some weird marketing stunt or whatever that like they're making vinyls of that song for some reason and selling it. I'm a big Tendy, but like I'm like, what the fuck? Anyone that actually buys a fucking vinyl of that song is fucking stupid. Like, what are you doing with your life? That fucking sucks. Such a missed opportunity from Jack Black. But hey, this is just the YouTubers and all that. They're kind of these are people living in the limelight now. Their channels weren't as big as they used to be. For a while, with some YouTubers, you know, they're so on top of the world and like their opinion is the one that matters the most and everyone steals their opinion and they don't form their own opinions and then they kind of get a little bit on their high horse. So I don't know, I'm just able to like look at it now and just kind of like laugh at it, like maybe if like they were like super influential and like still known by the public, I'd be like, and it was like a couple years back, I would kind of maybe take a little offense. Oh, he doesn't like the movie that I liked. Oh, I'm so sad. Like, I'm gonna make a comment. I've never been that kind of person, anyways. But it's just from a standpoint of like watching this guy mauled over the Mario movie was just kind of funny. I don't know. Yeah, like knowing what Tenacious D does and like how goofy Jack Black can get, like it just felt like such a missed opportunity. I was expecting some like villain rock opera kind of thing, but no. Just like a shitty love song. That wasn't even like Fuck Her Gently. Here's a funny. Not that they could do like Fuck Her Gently. But like, yeah, it's like... Yeah, I was expecting a villain rock opera, because come on. We had that scene where Bowser, like, they're doing the fucking Bowser's Fury metal song. And all the fucking goons are rocking out and like having a good time partying and stuff. That would have been an the most opportune time for like Bowser to launch into some sort of villain song, but no. Peaches, 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 peaches. Fuck it. Bad song. Shit. I'm sorry, Jack Black. I don't like everything you do. You're cool, but you're also like... You could have done better. Maybe in the sequel. Maybe in the sequel. There will be another sequel, probably. Unless Nintendo did acquire their own studios, like... Ah, goddammit, Super Armor didn't kick in. Nintendo does have their own studios for movies now, and maybe they're just gonna, like, license it out to different studios. Who knows? I hope not. Licensing out to just anyone that wants to pay for the property, I feel would be a major mistake. I'll always agree that the pop songs in the Mario movie were extremely out of place. And it sucks that there were original songs made just for certain scenes that were completely omitted from the movie to be replaced with pop songs. That pissed me off. That shouldn't be a thing. That Donkey Kong scene with Take On Me was bullshit, because I heard the original song that was supposed to be in that fucking scene. I've seen it lined up with the footage. That was really good, and it was like, they replaced it with Take On Me. Why? You took away Donkey Kong's iconic song and replaced it with generic pop culture bullshit. Come on. You can like Take On Me, but it has no place in the fucking Mario movie. I got my opinions on the Mario movie, but like still all my opinions are like very positive. Very little of like the minion fart jokes I was expecting to happen. No Goombas farting and going awkward. None of that fucking shit ever happened in the movie, which is a fucking miracle by today's standards of children's movies. Okay, time to edit fuck her gently into the Mario. Yeah, do that, Mechanic Hat. That's something I wouldn't be able to play on stream, though, because it would instantly get claimed and muted. We're probably not in the proper time to play videos from the Mario movie, nor music from copyrighted bands and all that. I think Tenacious D would be claimed. It's pretty hard for like any album these days not to be claimed. They have to really be like a one-hit indie band that never signed over to a record label, or just a band you don't even know exists in the modern era of iTunes and all that. For a while, I have been like feeling like, yeah, am I the only person that actually enjoyed the Mario movie genuinely? Like, I know there's like people with absolutely no fucking standards that go in there and like they just consume anything and everything, which is, you know, a part of the whole joking about soy jacks and stuff. Oh, consumerism, I live to consume. Oh, consume, consume, consume. I'm not that kind of tendy. I'm critical of Nintendo when I need to be. That's why I feel confident in kind of like my opinion on the movie being it's good. I didn't need it to be anything more than what it was. If I wanted it to be anything more than it was, like a Mario RPG game, I'd be like one of those autistic Geno fans that like, I want grimdark, I want super serious Mario. I think Geno's a cool character and all that, but like I'm saying, I'm not gonna fucking be autistic about it. I want him in Smash, but I'm not gonna like fucking write fanfics and build him up as more than what he actually was, which is just, you know, a minor character in a Mario RPG game that is completely optional to use. And his role in the story is pretty much just, I guess spoilers if you don't want to hear Mario RPG spoilers from years ago, but his role is just he's a little guardian star who's supposed to restore balance. And he possesses a doll. He could have very well not been the Geno that we know of. It's just the doll was like the most convenient thing there for him to take control of. So his identity is borrowed. He's not actually what you expect him to be. He's a star spirit within it all. I feel like for a first Mario movie, you have to kind of like set the ground rules of like it has to be Bowser kidnapping Peach, or invested in some sort of like Bowser Peach subplot. It's gotta match what Mario is at its core essence. There's gotta be an adventure. There's gotta be some involvement of the side characters such as Donkey Kong. With the other movies, they could start playing around with the expanded universe stuff. They could start maybe going into Wario. They could explore more of the Donkey Kong Kingdom. Get K. Rool in, maybe. But then again, Nintendo doesn't like the Kremlings too much, it feels. Damn it. Yeah, something in my throat. Anyways, that's enough of me talking about the Mario movie. Another segue of just random invasive thoughts that aren't about, you know, sticking my hand in a blender or in a boiling pot of water. Stuff like that. Intrusive thoughts. Hey, cool. That thing could actually kill me. What if I touched it? That kind of stuff. That's what it's like called, like, you see something fucked up and your brain just imagines, like, doing that thing. Which I think is, like, intrusive thoughts are a psychological defensive thing of, like, it makes you imagine what would happen if you actually did that thing. So you have no temptation to actually do that thing in real life. And maybe if you don't have intrusive thoughts like that, maybe, just maybe, you're actually a psychopath and insane. If you lack the foresight to see what's gonna happen, then you're probably gonna do it. Oh man, I've talked my brains out today. My throat's already scratchy and looks like this VOD will be maybe around 5 hours. We're at the 4:35 mark. Nope. I like Booyah Bomb in this mode, because it's like, you know where you always want to throw the Booyah Bomb. Ah. Oh, your crab tank fucked you over, haha. Ah. Did they actually nerf those? I forget what they're called, but like it seems like the amount of paint, like they don't explode after, they don't cover any ink after. Like for a while, I know like they would explode after the counter went down, so you could get like that extra boost at the end. It looks like it doesn't count that anymore. It looks like they don't spread the ink outside of like the landing point. So yeah, they probably had to have nerfed that, if I imagine. the next round is a victory, we will be done with Splatoon. Another Defender game. Ba, 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 ba. Ah, it seems like the super armor, I don't know. I feel like I'm always like safe the moment I hit it, but apparently not. They're probably like fucking with it constantly, and I don't read the patch notes, so I don't know if like they're always like changing these things around. Ah. It feels like a game where we're gonna lose both of the beacons almost immediately. It's a tough map too, just because there's like so much area that you can't actually ink within the middle. And I get why. That they could have like the translucent green, red, and blue Triforce in the middle. Represent all the sides. God, it's so fucking chaotic right there. You can't really tell what direction anyone is coming from in this map. It's like so equally balanced on all sides. It's like the perfect assault. And the beacons are like really fucking powerful for this because their range is just too good. Fuck you. Taking you out with me. I'm not made for killing. I'm made for spreading ink with this weapon. We got some sweaty tryhards on the enemy teams that have like perfect stats on all their weapons and gear. Why would you even like... Why would you even have perfect gear for Splatfest? You don't get to keep the shirt. Did the person seriously like waste all their bits on it, or did they just get really lucky? Why would they have a perfect Splatoon Splatfest shirt? Nah. So I think this means one more round, and I'll be done. Let's see, am I gonna get a perfect glasses? Nah, ah well. Not really a fan of these glasses much anyways. Yeah, one more game. And multiplayer modes have changed once more. Oh. Thank you for the raid, Brawl Cats. It's here, let me do a shout out. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You caught me just at the tail end of Splatoon 3, where I have one more match to go. I see you were also playing Splatoon 3. Now, what team were you? Or maybe I should wait until, like, maybe you got hit with an ad. Or haven't tuned in just yet. Right, I need to fix my gear. Yeah, welcome. Welcome, everyone. Team Courage 2. Alright, you made the good choice. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the raid. If you need to go take care of anything, feel free to immediately, like, walk away to get food and all that. And thank you for the follow. Team Courage. Everyone here has good tastes. It's like I said earlier, my motivation for Team Courage is low self-confidence. And to become a VTuber, to upload stuff on YouTube, you kind of have to... You kind of have to find some confidence to do that. So that's like my motivation behind picking Team Courage. Because it takes courage to do this kind of thing. Especially like when you're so used to being a hermit and not talking to people. And kind of having a not so great courage or confidence in yourself. So courage is a very slept on power. Sure, you could be smart as hell, or you could be powerful, but without the proper courage, can you really apply either of those things to anything? Which is also funny, because Link being courage, we all know Link is kind of a stupid idiot. He's just kind of usually the clueless asshole that just goes and does everything, and like he's always acting like a... He's always goofy. He's basically just like a... I want to say a man-child innocence to him. Yeah, you could be dumb as hell and have courage. I mean, most people who are successful in life were stupid and courageous enough to do the things that they wanted to do. If you want to be dumb, you gotta be tough. Ganondorf is smart, but like, he's strong and smart, but he's stupid. If that makes any sense. He has power in like the most brutish way possible. But he doesn't know how to wield that power effectively enough to stop some random idiot from walking into the room and going, yeah, 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 and then, you know. It's like when you're fighting him in Ocarina of Time and he's like, I'm gonna float in the air and I'm gonna shoot a power orb at you, and oh no, he's hitting it back at me, so I gotta hit it back at him. It's just, he's so fucking stupid. And if you have a bottle, like you use a bottle to reflect the bullet right back at him too, that's always funny. In Twilight Princess, when you're fighting him, you can whip out the fishing rod and play with him like he's a cat. He like, I guess maybe he has a little bit of honor in how he fights, which is, feels counter to who Ganondorf is. He gets beaten by a twink every 100 years. Exactly, that's a good way of putting it. Link is just, he's always stupid and goofy. He gets played up as like this super heroic dude, and it's like, he's not the typical like male power fantasy character. He is at his core just kind of a dumb goof like anyone else, which I think that makes him very relatable to like most players and like why he's such a liked character. Now tell me if anyone on Team Power or Wisdom can, like, really say the same about any of their characters, or, like, they're just playing because they want to, like, they want to look at Zelda Rule 34 all day, or they're lusting after Ganon's big barra titties. I mean, I guess if you want to look at it another way too, you can, like, who do you main in Smash, basically? If, like, you prefer Ganon, or you prefer Link, or you prefer Zelda, that could be another application of, like, why people maybe would choose the other teams. He's just like me, for real. Another defeat. We're doing so good, though. Oh, well. I love this helmet. It just reminds me of the dumb meme images. Night vision activate. Got 4 conches. Ooh. Oh, actually 3 new cards. Ooh, golden badge. Aloof Hotlantis regular. Tricolor Battle, Braid Bearer. And that's all. Let's go see what crap we get from the catalog. Wow, I got like 6 levels. So I got the golden version of this, I think. That was I think on stream, but it was like just I didn't, or was it? I think it was off stream. I just like got one of the golden capsules, and I was like, oh my god! And like I actually got one of the golden tags. So I'm like, oh, that's my new permanent tag. Ah, all doubles. I wish there was a way to buy cards. Swaggy. Okay, what shirts are good to buy? I got the golden badge for her, so I don't really need to be focusing this shop as much, but I'm kind of running out of things to buy in both of them, I feel. Or at least upgrade. So these are the only 3 I can upgrade, but I feel like let's go for this one. Yeah, I don't really like these two, so I'll save the money for like any other upgrades that come into the shop. I feel like I'm gonna get his golden one last because I've always been prioritizing the shoes and the shoes and the hats, because to be honest, I don't really like switching around the t-shirts as much. It feels like there's more t-shirts than any other piece of gear. And like when I usually stream this game anyways and like play any of the turf war, it's usually for Splatfest anyways, so I don't even get to use the shirts that I would want to play. So that's why I always prioritize like hats and shoes over anything else. Let's see. I'm repping my 2 main weapons and the fact that I beat the ultra hard stage. But at this point, probably everyone has beaten it. Okay, 150 table turf battle cards, so that means my collection is pretty massive. Swaggy gamer. I still like the best gamer as my tag. the best gamer in the world. Gamer is just, it's so good. Let's see. This would be a wrong title right here. Collab Loving Gamer. I haven't collabed with anyone yet ever since I debuted as a VTuber. I'm still afraid to. I don't know if it's ever going to happen, bros. Probably never. Gothic Gamer. Oh. Thank you, Makata Cat. I mean, okay. Here, we'll go close out in the main plaza. Yeah, it's hard trying to set a collab up, but it's been made easier by VTube Studio's new feature. But the problem is also just everyone buying like the additional $20 on top of VTube Studio to use that function. And like I said, everyone that I know is either a PNG tuber or they use 3D models. So I'm not friends with much live 2D people. So I'm kind of alone in my craft. Enjoy that for just a second. I like living in the first hub world more than I like this one, but it feels wrong not to visit this during Splatfest. You know, too many PNG tubers. Yeah. I don't have much friends usually. So like that's my major issue with like doing collab stuff is like who do I have chemistry with? I don't know. It's easier just to talk to you guys in text form than it probably would be to your faces or through microphones and whatnot for me. I'm very reclusive and not very trained in socializing. If someone else in a room has a voice, my voice tends to like go... I shut the hell up. I'm quiet. I don't know what to do. So, we got a Ballpit Redeem. This was Splatoon 3. Courage versus Wisdom versus Power Splatfest, so... What an ending to that, sadly. Now I'm gonna play for another 5 hours and fucking talk your ears. No, my my voice is like feeling a little bit... Like, I gave my throat a workout today. My thrusty is, it's a little bit sore now, which is good, I guess. Don't call it a thrusty, that's disgusting. Where did everyone go? Oh, here they are. Okay, 9:16 p.m. Alright, Mechanic Cat, are you happy? You got your ball pit of the stream. I'm surprised when I see like you don't actually like redeem ball pit. I managed to sneak an entire stream away before you can redeem the damn thing. The Robotnik gif. I love the Sonic cartoon Robotnik so much. He's such a fucking bastard. Sorry about that. That silence. Someone's knocking on my door. What was I saying? Oh yeah, the Sonic cartoon Robotnik. Yeah, he's such a he's the best rendition of Robotnik, in my honest opinion. When Robotnik is a serious villain, that's kind of like when you lose me. I do like classic Robotnik though, like when he's just like a round orb man. Like he doesn't like feel like a real active threat. He just feels kind of like mad scientist-y. In the Sonic cartoon, he's just a deplorable asshole. Everyone hates him, even the people on his side. He is just a fat, ugly bastard in his essence and core. And they made a lot of cool robots in the Sonic cartoon. Not the one with Sally Acorn, the actual cartoony cartoon one, which you can watch the entire series on YouTube, I'm pretty sure for free. No one cares about those old cartoons, but like, you know. It's the ultimate Sonic cartoon. Fuck having a consistent story and consistent characters. Just have some random bullshit. It's like the Mario cartoon, like where they had like a whole bunch of like bullshit that like was kind of almost unrelated to the games at times. It was just parodies of what was popular in culture. That's kind of fun to do. I don't know. I guess maybe the cartoon for Sonic was a little bit consistent, at least. But they had like weird cities and kingdoms of like animal people. So I guess they translated the saving the little animals, like the flickies, from into just making them legit like anthropomorphic animal people. Sonic Adventure 2 Eggman, yeah, he's good, yeah. So I would probably rank it like cartoon Robotnik first, obviously, because I have a weird place in my heart for the weird, stupid old cartoons. Then I would say classic Robotnik, where he's just more of he's just perfectly circular, and he's silent the entire time. He doesn't say shit. He's just a mad scientist. And then I would say Sonic Adventure Eggman, where he is just he's voice acted. He takes a more active role as an antagonist of also just getting in your way and fucking shit up. And then I feel like modern Eggman, I don't really like or really care too much about. He's just kind of so-so. Like, he doesn't have the same greatness as, say, Bowser. When you play like a Mario RPG game and Bowser actually uses real words that you can understand, and he's like totally in character, and he's like a lovable bastard. Robotnik is just kind of like, he's just a bastard for the sake of being a bastard. So like, you don't feel he's like Dr. Wily. He never learns his lesson. He never really has moments of humbleness. Maybe there's a Sonic superfan out there that could prove me wrong, but it just feels like Eggman is like, I'm gonna do this evil thing. Oh no, this evil thing backfired. I have learned nothing. Bowser is at least like, he's a lovable idiot, but Eggman, he's too smart to be an idiot. Yeah, when Bowser talks, he's awesome. When Eggman talks, he's just kind of like, eh. I'd like to see a new take on the character. But Sonic has been rebooted so many times, it's kind of... consistency with the Sonic characters just isn't there as much as it's there with the Mario franchise. He's full of himself. Yeah, that's the... Bowser has confidence and courage. He's got like the raw power too. He just has no smarts. They had to hire a guy to keep up with Sonic lore. Yeah, and then they made Egoraptor the brand ambassador for Sonic for a while. That didn't work out good. But then he got fired, thank God, and they made Corone now, the fucking official meme lore ambassador of the series, I guess. I don't know. At least she doesn't like talk active shit about Sonic from what I know. Like Egoraptor like openly antagonized Sonic. That was like weird. That's like, okay, it's someone who hates our games and isn't a fan of Sonic. Let's make him the brand ambassador. What could go wrong? Alright, that's enough of the ball pit. I think you got an extra minute there, Mechanicat. I don't use a timer. I just look at the clock and go, okay. She really likes Sonic. Yeah, and she's cute about it. She likes Mario. She likes Sonic. She's a boomer like me. She's past her 30s, just like me. She likes old video games, just like me. She actually owns a lot of her hardware and video games that she plays. Like, if I'm ever gonna love a Corpo VTuber, I feel like you can't go wrong with Korone. I feel like she's kind of genuine enough, as opposed to a lot of people that like get so super in the character that they forget, like, oh, you gotta have some interesting game choices and you gotta have some history with video games. You can't just jump in and be like, oh, I'm gonna be a VTuber that doesn't know jack shit about anything and all I'm gonna play is Apex Legends and Fall Guys. I want more Corpo VTubers to be able to like play retro stuff. But I don't watch enough of Korone to really speak wholly on the subject of what her content is like now. But I just know she's an old fan favorite. You can't really go wrong with her. Yeah. I'll hang out here for a while. Blocking out the TV. What if... I never really hang out over on this side when I'm talking to you guys. Though... this feels weird. Let me look up and see any raid targets. Which... we'll raid someone new tonight. Yeah, it seems like a good... yeah, this will be my first time raiding this person. So I'll send you guys somewhere comfy to hang out and listen with low pressure to participate and all that. If you want to go draw something on the Aggie board, feel free, but I'll send you guys over. So, thank you very much for watching today. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for lurking. If you're watching through the VODs on Twitch or YouTube, thank you very much as well. Appreciate all the support. And, I'm back to where I need to be. Yeah, had a nice time hanging out today. Maybe talked my Thrusy raw, but now I have to undecorate all the Zelda themed stuff and prepare for the next stream. So I'll catch you guys later. Take care. Enjoy the rest of your night. And I'll see you next time. Sorry I didn't really have much to talk about post-stream, I guess. I'm like, my brain is in that deflated state. 5 hours is a long enough stream for me. A long enough stream for Splatoon. I gotta... I always hate saying goodbye, but yeah, I've said everything I need to say. Thanks for sticking around, guys. Take care. I don't think there's anything else I've forgotten to say. I'm bad with goodbyes. See you guys next time. Bye. 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 Hope Team Courage wins. We'll see. we probably won't win.